Yeah, check it out, check it out.
He's locked in.
Yeah, check it. Hot damn black America again. Think of Sandra Bland as I'm staring in the wind. The color of my skin, they comparing it to sin. The darker it gets, the less fairer it has been. The hate made, I inherited from them. But I ain't gonna point the finger. We got anointed singers like Nina, Marvin, Billy, Stevie. Need to hear them songs. Sometimes to believe me, who freed me? Lincoln a Cadillac, drinking a battle raps. Or is it Godspeed that we travel at? Endangered in our own habitats. Them guns and dope, man. Y'all can have it back. As a matter of fact, we them lab rats. You built the projects for, now you want your hood back. I guess if you could rap, you would express it too. That PTSD, we need professionals. You know what pressure do. It makes the pipes bust from schools to prison, y'all. They trying to pipe us to your political parties, invite us instead of making voting laws to spite us. You know, we from a family of fighters, fought in your wars and our wars. You put a nigga in Star Wars, maybe you need two. And then maybe then we'll believe you. See black people in the future. We wasn't shipped here to rob and shoot ya. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal, including black Americans. Yeah, that's black America again. I'm gonna do another verse for me. Check it out. Check it out. From the same thing. From the same thing. Check it out. Check it. Keep that beat roll. Yo, we go here. We go. Here we go again. Trayvon will never get to be an older man. Black children, they childhood stole from them. Robbed of our names and our language. Stole again. Who stole the soul from black folk? Same man that stole the land from cheap black smoke and made the whip crackle on our back slow. Made us go through the back door and raffle black bodies on the slave blocks. Now we slave to the blocks, cause on them we spray shots. Leaving our own to lay in a box. Black mother stomach staying or not. We kill each other more than the cops. I wish the hating would stop. We are at war and a battle with us. I know that black lives matter. Do they matter to us? These are the things we gotta discuss. The new plantation, mass incarceration. Instead of educate, they rather convict the kids. As dirty as the water in Flint the system is. Is it a felony? Or a misdemeanor? Maria Sharapova making more than Serena. It took Viola Davis to say this. The roles of the help and the gangsters is really all they gave us. We need Avas, Ta-Nehisi's, and Cory Bookers. The salt of the earth to get us off of sugar and greasy foods. I don't believe the news or radio stereotypes we refuse. Brainwashed in the cycle to spin. We write our own story, Black America again.
Feel like you have one
All right, can y'all hear me now? All right, yeah, y'all let me know if y'all can hear me now. I'm gonna play this jump, and y'all just let me know if y'all can hear me. All right, yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. All right, so yeah, I messed that whole beginning up. You know, my mic, went out. It just stopped. Whatever. I don't know what happened, but it's all good. It's all good. But anyway, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Like I said, I was saying that I appreciate all of y'all that support me. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to Erica, to Raw, to my brother Bakari, Bawana. You know what I'm saying? All of y'all that support me and everything I do, because it is a lot of work and stuff like that. So I appreciate all the love that y'all be showing me, and so I do want to thank y'all first. You know what I'm saying? And then I was also saying that I can't really do the shows on like I can't really do these things on Fridays. So I'm probably gonna be like Sundays, and that's gonna be like the main day that I settle with. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I appreciate y'all though. And all right, so I'm gonna go ahead and go live. And like I said, man, if y'all got any questions or anything that for what the presentations, and thank y'all for like I said, thank y'all for watching it. And I also want to encourage other people. Yo, what up, brother Bukhari? I also want to encourage other people to put together their own courses and what they're good in. Like, yo, Bukhari, you still need to put in there how to you know, the generator, this home generator, but like science classes, math classes, finance classes. I think that all these are important to have, especially with us having the right mindset. This just happened to be the thing that I know the most about, you know what I'm saying? So I think that we all need to put together some kind of course to help our children for the future, you know what I'm saying? Especially if we are concerned with our children's minds or support Black institutions that do it or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So I do want to thank y'all for that. But and by the way, so before I start what I'm gonna say, because like I said, man, if this is just for anybody who has questions about the course, you know what I'm saying? I know only really y'all was watching it. So but if y'all got any questions about what we talked about today, which was like, well, we're gonna touch on some of the stuff, but some of the stuff I did mention, like the rebellions that we had, you know what I'm saying, like the brother Sambo, and I don't know if a lot of stuff conspiracies was real or not, you know what I'm saying? But before we get into any of that, I was seeing a lot of people posting stuff about Khalid Muhammad and stuff yesterday, and I seen that yesterday was Khalid Muhammad's birthday. So, of course, I got to show my homage to the brother Khalid Muhammad, you know what I'm saying? So, y'all, excuse me while I do that, you know what I'm saying? Like, because he was a real one, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I had to give it to somebody in the modern era, it would be Khalid Muhammad. So, I do gotta show appreciation myself, you know what I'm saying? So shouts out to everybody who had that up there. So let me just play some of this, you know what I'm saying?
This is just one of the comments that provoked the Anti-Defamation League to take out a full-page ad in the New York Times and other newspapers. What the ADL did essentially was publish in the New York Times some of the things that you said. Here's a part, this is an audio tape, of part of your speech to Kane College last November that created such furor. Khalid Muhammad speaking.
The hook-nosed, bagel-eating, locks-eating, imposter perpetrating a fraud, Johnny-come-lately, just crawled out of the caves and hills of Europe, wanna be Jew.
Not presuming you haven't been asked this before, but may I ask you kindly to speak to the loved ones of Schwerner and Goodman, who died with one of your brothers, Cheney, buried in a shallow grave in the South.
Yeah, of course, Erica. And we're gonna get into the slave ship thing next week, you know what I'm saying? And that's next week though, you know what I'm saying? But I was just putting it out there as we're gonna get into it. But yeah, y'all remember that white boy came on here and he said Schwerner and Goodman, and he probably thought I didn't know what he was talking about, you know what I'm saying? But I want you to see how crazy that question was. They asked Khalid Muhammad Donahue. He probably watched this, you know what I'm saying, and came back to ask me this question about Schroner and Goodman. And this was my response to him. So shouts out to Khalid Muhammad.
South in the middle of the civil rights movement because this black man was seen with two white Jews down there causing trouble, trying to promote the civil liberties of your people. Two Jews found in a shallow grave. I happen to have met the mother of one of these very brave people. And when she sees this, we can only speculate what must go on in her heart. You would want to say what to her?
I don't have anything to say to her.
You just condemned all Jews with that observation, with this alliterative kind of Jew bashing that so excites your largely male audiences.
Well, I wonder why. It means that I speak the truth. I speak to the pain and hurt of the masses of black people. I speak that which many of them wish they could say. That's why they cheer and applaud.
Speak to Mrs. Goodman,
and I speak that also.
Speak to
which
Mrs.
many
Goodman.
of them only
Right, one. I don't know why they were there. You don't know why they were there.
whisper behind closed doors. I think it is very arrogant to put this on the screen and for you and for others to attempt to tell me, one of the Holocaust victims of the African Holocaust, displaced in the death and decadence of the diaspora of the Western world after having been robbed and raped and murdered, to tell me how to hurt. These are strong words that you put on the screen, but you cannot tell the aggrieved and the victim. As I was talking to Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz, the young student warrior from Howard University, and we were going over this. And we said, how do they expect to tell we who have suffered so much how we should speak? When you're hurt, you'll say faggot, you'll say cracker, but you don't want to give me time to say where these terms came from and how they apply to your people here in America.
If it is true that I don't want to give you time to explain the etymology of these words, it is also true that you apparently don't want to respond to my question regarding the loved ones of two Jews who lost their lives to stop the diaspora of the black people.
I don't know.
Do you have any?
I don't know why they were there, and you don't know why they were there. But I must say this.
So you're wondering whether they were there for your people?
I'm not wondering at all about them. I'm concerned with the suffering and the pain of the masses of black people. No one wants to pay reparations. The Jews received over $100 billion in reparations and gets $4 billion annually. A Holocaust museum was set up for them on this soil for over $200 million, and they get $21 million annually just for operating expenses. But the Catholic Church, the Pope, the Jews, the Arabs, white people in general, no one wants to pay reparations to these, the sons and daughters of Africa. So I speak to them. I speak to them. I don't speak to the family of those two Jews. There are too many of us for me to speak to them.
You don't want to take any time to make any particular
We've given
statement.
all the time we've been in America. Now it's time we do something for ourselves. We are the same people, Phil, that when you beat us and rearrange our eyeballs in the socket and rearrange our face and beat us and stomp us before the world, we're the same people that get up because God just made us with tender and sensitive hearts as his chosen people and say, well, can't we just get along?
Oh, man. Yo, shouts out to Khalid Muhammad, man. And listen, I don't know why they were there, and you don't know why they were there. What were you doing in the backwoods that night? But that was a ridiculous question, white boy, you know what I'm saying, if you still listen, you know what I'm saying? But I just wanted y'all to, you know, shouts out to Khalid Muhammad, and it was his birthday yesterday, you know what I'm saying? So I saw that. Shouts out to everybody who I saw talking about Khalid Muhammad, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. Because I don't think they want that smoke today. Because I'm glad in honor of Khalid Muhammad, we got to touch on some real stuff. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I put the stuff in the chat earlier. yo, a true warrior, no fear. And Khalid Muhammad to me was like the realest one. You know, y'all know I love Ida B. Wells, and if I had to pick a hero, if I had to pick one, it would be her. You know what I'm saying? But of the modern eras, like he was like a not her. He was Khalid Muhammad. He just showed no fear, and he didn't apologize. He didn't be like, well, what about this? What about that? Like every person that you see in any position, they always be like, what about? But Khalid Muhammad got to that position without saying what about. He said, I'm talking about me and my people. I don't care. 2 Jews, who cares about us? Too many of us. You know what I'm saying? As my brother would say. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, I'm gonna go fast in this, so I'm not here too long, y'all. I'm not going to try to drag it out, but it's a lot. I'm just going to go through stuff, and I dare people to come on and stuff to, prove me wrong. I wanted to play this video because this lady was dropping knowledge, but y'all probably be bored. But she said something that I didn't even think about. I didn't even put it in that way. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna skip to it. I'm gonna skip it though. I'm gonna skip a little bit because I wanted to say it.
So would be overturned. So they couldn't do that. So they said no.
This is about
there
the
would have been no
biracial
way
thing.
to undo the vast empire that he had created in the first place. So also the 3 judges that heard the case were all slave owners, and they knew that if they let case presidents, if they let this white woman win, then any slave man who held any kind of regard for his offspring's black offspring and wanted to give this child a chance would be overturned. So they couldn't do that. So they said no. He had a legally recognized marriage. The woman was free. His children were free. The answer is no. So she didn't win. Okay, they couldn't let that happen.
This is talking, and I gotta skip it because y'all would have been bored if I played that whole thing. But she's basically saying like how the laws broke down, like and she put it in a way that I haven't even thought about it that way. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get to that part. But right there, she's talking about if a black dude had a child with a free woman or a white woman, you know what I'm saying? It would give him too much power for that person to go to court to say, my parents is free, you know what I'm saying? Because under their law, it was different with the French, you know what I'm saying, with the Code Noir. And y'all should listen to this video here, you know what I'm saying? But there's one part I want to play.
Is the condition of the child. If the mother had been a slave or was subject to slavery, then the child was.
All right, here we go. Because I didn't even think about it this way, right? Listen to what she says, though. I know, Bwana, and that's what I don't want to be too long though, because this would have dragged out. I don't want this to drag out because hopefully I can get through it without somebody coming on and trying to troll or whatever. But I want the trolls to come on here, but I also want to go through it.
He had one time been slaves, though he had freed them, and so he knew exactly what the law said. Now, most people mistakenly believe that if the mother was freed and the child was also. That's just the shortcut version of it, and everybody believes that. But that is not what the law said.
All right, so she's talking about the law that says if your mother is a slave, then you are a slave. And she's saying everybody believes that if you are free, you know what I'm saying, then, whether if your mother got free, then, okay, so that means my mom is free. But she's saying that's not what the law says. So this is her interpretation, and I'm pretty sure they got a sick interpretation.
The law says the condition of the mother is the condition of the child. If the mother had been a slave or was subject to slavery, then the child was also. Now, let me tell you why that's so important. The mothers had been slaves, had been subject to slavery. There are 2 types of manumission documents. One says that I, Jacques Clay Morgan, am freeing the body of Angela Da Silva from now and future servitude to me, my heirs, and assigns. Now, the key word here is the body of Angela Da Silva. The second type says, I, Jacques Clay Morgan, am freeing the body of and future issue of Angela Da Silva from now and future servitude to me, my heirs, and assigns. So one covers children not unborn and one doesn't. And most people just feel that if you were free, but that's truly not. It might have been in some places in practice, but that is truly not what the law says.
Now, what she's saying is, right, like most people assume if your mother had gotten free that you would be free, but they were saying no, that this dude had to buy his family, because people will talk about black people own slaves. Well, you had to buy your family and try to free them, you know what I'm saying? But the law says, you know, and since he bought the mother before the child was born, you would think that the child would be free, but no, he had to like buy the child and free the child, you know what I'm saying? Because according to them, if your mother had ever been a slave, it don't matter if she got freedom before you was born or anything. If and it's really your descendants, I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying? If your mother or any of your something before you had been a slave, right? No matter their status at the time of your birth, you know what I'm saying? But if they had been a slave when they was 1 and was free when they was 3, then you are still a slave. You know what I'm saying? That's how the law worked. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even see it like that either. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that's a good question. That's a good question. And are you allowed to have citizenship? Because they word their laws very carefully. And a lot of people, because I kind of dare people, I don't even want to give out the answer because nobody has actually gave the answer when I be like, are you still a citizen? And there's only one logical answer that you can give, which would be the law. And I'm not going to say it, but it would be the law that says that you are, it doesn't say that, but you know what I'm saying? Also, there is something else about that law that a lot of people don't know. And you have to understand when they word their laws, they say persons and all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a reason why they said you are 3/5 of a person. And then in a certain law, they'd be like persons subject to such and such, but you are not considered a person. That's why if you look at debates, right, when they be like, yo, America has this problem, America has that problem. But there's always a time out for what are we going to do with these Negroes? There is always, since the beginning, since they formed their colonial governments, really. But we just stick to America since George Washington and them. It was been the Negro question, you know what I'm saying? But yo, what she was saying was like real interesting. She was like breaking down like the mulatto laws, you know what I'm saying, how that worked. And if a white woman had a child with a black man, and how they didn't want to give precedence because the black man could like free his child, you know what I'm saying? So they was denying it, but she was breaking it down. But I'm gonna go past this though. Legal residents, legal citizens. Look, I get what people are saying, you know what I'm saying? No disrespect to anybody's ideology. So I'm gonna not even say that, you know what I'm saying? Because this is supposed to be respect. Shouts out to Ghalib Muhammad. So it's all respect today. But this is the real world, is all I'm gonna say. You like chemistry is chemistry, physics is physics. That's all I can say. So all right, let me go to the thing I want to show before I get into like some of the lesson stuff. Now, this is a white boy telling y'all. So we was talking about Kyrie Irving, right? You know what I'm saying? And lately, I guess I didn't even show this because I didn't get time. But, you know, I guess IG banned Kyrie Irving because what's about to happen. Not what's about to happen, but what the brother who owned the shoe company is doing. So this is a white boy telling you. I'm going to skip through this. You know what I'm saying?
Is a sneaker free agent, and while he still wears his Nikes with the swoosh blacked out for now, he won't even mention the brand by name in interviews.
I'm definitely not going to go back into a similar contract that I was in, or any type of situation or circumstance that I was in.
And shouts out to Bakari for playing this, but you know, Kyrie, I was on the Kyrie thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, not that I agree with his whatever, but listen, as black men, the weakness has got to stop. You know what I'm saying? And the decisions that we make. I was talking to Bakari earlier, like, yo, the weakness stuff, like I see it like, yo, like it's terrible, bro. Like I'm saying, like the weakness stuff has got to stop with us. You know what I'm saying? And this brother best to do this, you know what I'm saying? If not, then I gotta like be like, yo, like I can't even like support anything Kyrie if he's not with this, you know what I'm saying? But let me go, because I had to play the white boy playing it because maybe y'all would listen then, you know what I'm saying?
And similar to what I was at. at the other brand.
But this wasn't even the most intriguing part of this interview from Kyrie, because he said something about his time with Nike that could expose a lot. I'll get into that in this video. Also, the developing story around Kyrie's sneaker free agency is his interest in Saya Collective, a company that could offer him ownership in his signature line. Nothing is official yet, but this is a potential move that could revolutionize how players think about sneaker deals in the future.
And I think Montrezl, I ain't looked this up either, but I've seen it before though. You know, I think Montrezl Harrell had like a kind of like contract or deal, not like a long-term contract or nothing, but like promotion for his own shoe with the brother, I think, you know what I'm saying? So shouts out to the brother Montrezl Harrell, who's in the NBA, if you follow the NBA. Which after this, I don't know why he's still doing it, but whatever.
Today, we'll look into how Kyrie has been navigating the sneaker free agency waters since being dropped by Nike.
Okay.
In the card right here, the brands, and out of the crowd has emerged a company that by a former member of the military, Devlin Carter. About as soon as Nike and Kyrie officially dissolved their relations, Carter began to actively recruit Irving via social media.
And brother Kyrie, hit me up. I have the skill set. I have the infrastructure. I have everything that you need to make your own signature shoe where you can have 100% ownership of your own shoe. Let me help you, and let's show the world what we could do when we come together and how we don't need these companies to back our ideas or fund our dreams.
And soon
Yo,
after,
we don't need them for nothing.
To everybody who reposted my video, tagged Kyrie, his team, I'm happy to tell you guys that I do have a meeting set up with the team. Regardless of however it goes, I just want to help. Like, I just want to be able to be a part of
Now, this brother is actively recruiting, right? He got a popular brand that's official, you know what I'm saying? And he's done all the work. He's done everything he had to do, you know what I'm saying? And he's actively trying to recruit the brother, trying to give him like, yo, this could change generations, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's more just mental, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, we can do this kind of stuff, like where we don't have to go to like, that would change it altogether, where you're not going to the major brands and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Where they don't have a chokehold on you, where they telling you this and that. You know what I'm saying? You have, even if you want to, if your dream to sign with some non-black stuff, you can use this, like not use it, but you know what I'm saying, man. Like, it's the real world. You use it to your advantage. You know what I'm saying? But this brother is actively trying to recruit Kyrie Irving. You know what I'm saying?
the change and the paradigm shift of showing that we can.
Shout out to Etan Thomas of basketballnews.com and his show called The Rematch, where he sat down with Carter to talk about his experience in the sneaker industry and his meeting with Kyrie and team.
My bad, y'all.
Carter, who was 11 to grow up, and I'm going to sell stamps for freedom I've always wanted, experience at the post office that would alter the direction of his life, saying, I'm in line.
All right, so this is a valuable lesson too. This is another reason why I wanted to play this one, because if for anybody listening, any children, whatever, you know what I'm saying, like, listen to what he's saying.
Alter the direction of his life, saying, I'm in line and I'm looking at the mail clerk. I'm looking dead at him and he looks miserable. And I ask myself, there's no way that when he was a kid, he told his mom, I'm going to grow up and I'm going to sell stamps for a living. It clicked.
And I'm going to tell you for raw right there, children, fool.
For Carter at that moment, and while he acknowledges that life throws you curveballs and sometimes you got to do what you got to do to make ends meet, he didn't want to be someone who said to his kids, quote, you can chase your dreams, you can be whatever you want, but I didn't do it. I didn't chase those dreams. I stayed at a job that I didn't really want to do, but it pays the bills. I'm comfortable, so I'm going to stay here. I didn't choose that. I started Saya Collective. I have the freedom I've always wanted, and I've never struggled. In fact, I'm making more money than I've ever made in my life. You know, props to him for putting in the work and making his whatever store that you're owner of your own shoe and not. Now, relating this to Kyrie, you're already set for life. What's another $11 million a year, which is what Nike paid him last year, going to really do?
Now, this is the thing that I'm trying to understand here. You know what I'm saying? Where I understand that we got on a selfish tip, you know what I'm saying? But like, I don't think that we think long term, like we think today, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, let's take this money, you know what I'm saying? Even though if you take it on a gradual tip, it will eventually be more. You know what I'm saying? Like 11 million for like 2 years is not more than, you know what I'm saying, like making 4 or 5 million for, you know what I'm saying, 5 years straight. You know what I'm saying? I get this one check for 5 million, or, you know what I'm saying, I make 1 million one year, 3 million the next year, 4 million the next year, 1 million the next year, 5 million, but I own all of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we think on the long term, like even with the Deion Sanders thing, not to, you know, bring it on that, because it's not about that, you know what I'm saying? But like, if you build your program and you have so much cash, your job is way more secure, you know what I'm saying? And that money is going to come in the long term, you know what I'm saying? But we think on the short term. But anyway.
For you when you can easily make that and much more as an owner of your own shoe and not be muzzled. Ownership versus being just a worker. Without ownership, if he goes to Adidas, New Balance, Puma, or whoever, it will be the same as his Nike collective. The possibility of him working with the brand very much alive.
But this is the part Bakari played, and this is like, come on, man.
Collective, great brand, great brothers, great operation team behind the scenes. But again, I'm looking for a home where we can build a huge marketplace and I can have some ownership. And that takes time to build. So I'm willing to stay patient, but work with people that are willing to work with me. And Side Collective has been a great brand to converse with.
Now, even as intriguing as the potential partnership between Kyrie and Side Collective.
All right, that's enough, white boy. If they don't listen to that, I don't know. But all right, so I'm going to go to this brother. This is who I listen to. This brother was preaching on this situation here. You know what I'm saying? And I'm only playing this because the Side Collective actually did make a shoe for Kyrie Irving. You know what I'm saying? And I might even get a pair myself. And I think that a lot of people should. Like, I think he showed it in the other one. But he actually did make some Kyrie Irvings, and, you know, just to try to recruit him. And he's telling him, like, look, we can gift you this. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can make any kind of shoe that you want. We can get any kind of foam that you want. You can have ownership, like, you know what I'm saying? Just work with us, you know what I'm saying? And if this brother, like, I'm like, yo, come on, man. Like, and like, you know, even if you don't, I might buy a pair of the Kyrie Irvings that he made, you know what I'm saying? Just because they look nice and they look comfortable, you know what I'm saying? So let me play this brother here who's spitting that knowledge, you know what I'm saying?
Bondage to Nike, Adidas, and all these corporations. Now you hear about LeBron. Oh, he signed this $1 billion contract. He signed this $1 billion contract. But guess what? He's losing money. Jordan signed that contract. You see what Jordan did? Jordan signed that contract with Nike, and then he started to produce his own shoe. And I think, and that's when he became a billionaire. What LeBron is going to get, he may get $40, $50 million a year from Nike, something like that. But what will Nike make per year selling his shoe?
Preach, brother.
You see, Phil Knight, all he is the middleman. LeBron could have had his shoe, had a person design his shoe, and had his shoe made in China. And he'd have got 100% of.
Yo, and think about it. Imagine if 70% of Hebrew Israelite brothers, or Hebrew Israelites, black Hebrew Israelites, bought your shoe. Think about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I tweet again. You know what I'm saying? Like, oops, my bad. Like, somebody else, my account was hacked. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I know that they're gonna support me and buy my shoe. Imagine if 70%, but the problem is 70% of black Hebrew Israelites going to buy his shoe? You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. Is 70% of black people going to support Side Collective, you know what I'm saying, and the Kyrie Irving shoe? If you're going to spend like $200-$300 on a belt or something like that, why not? Because Side Collective does his stuff just as official, and I wanted to show that, but I don't know exactly the timestamp. So
the cash for it. And he had the money. He's got the money to have gotten his shoes produced on his own. Phil Knight's biggest mistake was letting Kyrie go. Now, if Kyrie signs with his brother Devlin and start having his own shoe designed and made by Devlin, he can make $1 billion in 5 or 6 years, as long as he keeps producing on the basketball court, and even afterwards, he can make money like he can make money like that. You see, that has been the trap for black people for the longest, especially in music. We create the music. People buy the music because they love us, but then we got this middleman that's taking all the money and then treating us like garbage. I mean, what they did to Kyrie was ridiculous. And you know what they do? They pick and choose who they want to screw with. We've seen Shaq wear a dress. So he's already bought and paid for.
Shaq.
So what's the deal? So they let him go. They left him alone. Barkley, he's wore a dress. They left him alone. Amazon's Caucasian, so they're not gonna try to buck break him because he's in the club. But see, the biggest mistake they made was setting Kyrie free. And another big mistake they made was letting you.
Now, this is the only thing I would say, my brother, you know what I'm saying? Now, if you have an elephant on the chain, right, you know, y'all already know, like, you can eventually take the chain off and the elephant won't go nowhere. So did they really let him go or not? You know what I'm saying? Because if his mind is still like baffled after they did all of this to you, where he has to put tape over the Nike sign, and his brother is sitting here, you can have ownership. Like, yo, do you know how much stuff that you can, but does black people have faith? Like, he may have been let go of Nike, but did that chain get off of his mind? You know what I'm saying? Right. Yeah, I feel you, Buwana. Yeah, and music and every aspect. And like, yo, like, come on, black people stopped, like, was like, yo, let's sit out for a month until we get fair whatever they ask for. You telling me it won't happen? Come on, man. Yeah, Nike will make billions, and he signed a lifetime contract. Now, imagine, like he said it, imagine making $1 billion over 20 years or this contract, or making $1 billion every year like Nike is doing when you're controlling your own stuff. You LeBron James, you know what I'm saying? Man.
Was letting Ye free. But Adidas made a mistake letting Ye free, but that Balenciaga, that's got nothing to do with Ye, formerly known as Cayenne. That had nothing to do with them. They're just satanic.
All right, I'm gonna move it on.
That was sick. But anyway,
because I'm gonna mention that later.
Either every other year, because I get my 10-mile walk in. But after the situation with Kyrie, I'll be 70 years old. So, and you know what? I basically buy 2 pair of Nikes every year, either every other year, because I get my 10-mile walk in. But after the situation with Kyrie, I'm not buying Nikes anymore. But I am going. But he made a shoe that he's sending to Kyrie.
Now this brother's 70 years old, probably since his 20s or whenever the hell. No disrespect, you know what I'm saying? For however long they've been producing this stuff, he's probably been doing it the whole time. You know what I'm saying? And this is because I buy Nikes too. You know what I'm saying? How much money that we have done or given away, you know what I'm saying? And whether we had a choice or not is irrelevant, because we have a choice right now, you know what I'm saying? And after what they have done, you know what I'm saying, to my brother Kyrie for this quote unquote anti-Semitic, because earlier, and this is what we're going to get into, because in one of the part of the lessons, we was talking about how the shysters was doing in Brazil, you know what I'm saying? And it's no coincidence that so many slaves got shipped to Brazil, you know what I'm saying? And guess what? Some of the first Portuguese was shysters. For a short time, the Dutch took control of Brazil, and that's how a lot of Dutch shysters got it. So they fought each other. Portuguese got it back, but you know the shysters did what they did, and they was talking about how they put us on sale for credit, you know what I'm saying, and all of this stuff. And these are the same people, the same companies that's dropping Kyrie Irving today, talking about some damn anti-Semitic. Meanwhile, we got brothers who's like, you know, he's saying like, yo, I got a black company and this and that, you know. I hear the brother saying the right things, and he's done the right things in business to build his company to be something official that some we complain about, but it's still hesitation on our part all the time because that chain on your mind, I guess.
And on the side it says I am free.
Yo, what does that mean? What is that, Bakari?
High tops, and I'm gonna get me a pair of those, and I'm gonna get a pair of those. I think the Vulcan foam Clydes. I'm gonna get a pair of those. So I'm gonna get 2 pair of those, and those are nice. I don't care what they cost, and I'm not buying them the shoe because of Kyrie. I'm buying the shoe because they look good and they are a nice shoe and they're nice quality.
Facts, brother.
And I learned a lot watching the video by Al AB Sneakers. Al AB Sneakers. He did a video with Delvin Carter, the owner of SI Collective. I'm gonna leave a link to the video, and I'm gonna tell you, I watched it. The video was like an hour 19 minutes. I watched the whole video because it is that informative, and I'm gonna leave the link below because he teaches you things about the shoe industry that we don't even know. I mean, cause just think. Nike could have ruined Zion.
And by the way, this is this brother's channel, Spiritual Philosophy, if what you know, and Side Collective will replace Nike as top sneaker. Okay, and in a new age, old tricks won't work. Let's hope so. You know, that's what we're here for, my brother.
Zion's career when them shoes blew out. Those shoes, everybody remember Zion's shoes blew out? That could have ended his career. It could also have been the cause of the accidents, of the injuries that he had later on. We don't know what was damaged in there.
Facts.
And he could have been playing sore.
Facts.
And so we don't know the damage, and that could have been it. I mean, think about Tiger. Tiger Woods, he win tournament after tournament. Then all of a sudden, he switches over to these Nike golf clubs. And they never made golf clubs before. And all of a sudden, his game goes down.
You hear what he said? I had never even heard that before. Like now, if there's gonna be some conspiracy theories, I'm not even mad at that one, right? Nike got Tiger Woods to switch his clubs when he was dominating, right? Nike never even made clubs before, and after he started using it, he never won nothing again. You know what I'm saying? Except for like 1 or 2, which is like crazy. That's interesting. That's an interesting point.
But this guy, Delvin Carter, when you watch the video, he explains the ins and outs of those shoes. He talk about kinetic.
Yeah, I might hit him up, Buwana.
Energy.
Listen to this, because this is important, right? The science of stuff. Because like I said, history isn't the only thing. I think history is important though. You know, especially because if you don't even know that you've done all the things that you've done and you've had warriors, like Erica was saying about the slave ship thing, we'd be like, oh, it's no slave ship. But you know what? Yeah, some people actually killed them people, like when it was like not even far. So I think history is important, but also the science and stuff, because that's how you make the stuff. Like chemistry is how you make everything from bombs to how you cook food. You know what I'm saying? And of course, if you go into inner city schools, you're not going to be interested in that kind of stuff. But science goes into how you make shoes, physics, all of that stuff is how you get the machinery. You know what I'm saying? And speaking about energy, like, you know, they make it complicated with the way they name it, and they use European ways of looking at life. Like, put it this way, the same way they'd be like, yo, I own the land. It's the same way that they look at the universe. You know what I'm saying? And they make it complicated, and it's hard for us to understand because we don't speak that language. And it's important for our children to get because a lot of us is probably hands-on. So if you see experiments happening, and that would lead to a lot of ingenuity, you know what I'm saying? Because those things help us create food, clothing, shelter. But it's not just the crazy things, you know what I'm saying? But it's also protection. You know what I'm saying? Like how those Africans just gathered gunpowder together and made a bomb. You know what I'm saying? That's how they made a bomb back in the day. You gather a bunch of gunpowder together. That's chemistry. You know what I'm saying? But anyway.
But this guy, Delvin Carter, when you watch the video, he explains the ins and outs of those shoes. He talk about kinetic energy, how the kinetic energy in the shoe, how the kinetic energy in the athlete's muscle goes into the shoe and can be referred back into the athlete's muscle. I mean, it was deep. So I'm gonna leave a link to that.
Facts, brother.
But I'm gonna read this off real quick. What I want to say. That way I can get this. However, the questions he's all AB sneakers is a cool Caucasian. However, the questions he's asking Delvin Carter, owner of SI Collective, is what Caucasians do. Learn from African Americans, now known as Hebrew Israelites, God's chosen.
Hebrew Israelite, I guess. But he dropped some jewels right there, though. Did you hear that? Right? Because they're spooked that sat by the door, us all the time. You know what I'm saying? Did you hear what they said?
All AB sneakers is a cool Caucasian. However, the questions he's asking Delvin Carter, owner of SI Collective, is what Caucasians do. Learn from African Americans, now known as Hebrew Israelites, God's chosen people. He's teaching Al AB Sneakers, that's the YouTuber, the roadmap of his success. However, there are some racists who will steal from Mr. Carter's blueprint and put black people down.
Facts.
There are corporate racists who create nothing and look to take advantage of black Hebrew Israelites' creations. And then when they do, they cheapen the quality. They cheapen the quality to save money. And then if you say one thing they don't like, they'll do a Kyrie on you.
You better go see a Semitic priest, Jewish priest. You got to go to the Holocaust Museum. You got to donate $1 million. You even stole everything from me, fool.
LeBron's $1 billion Nike contract is a ripoff. He could be producing his own shoes and have them produced in China and own his name and make $1 billion every 5 years. If either of
listen to that.
He could be producing his own shoes and have them produced in China and own his name and make $1 billion every 5 years. If either of his sons want to produce their own shoe, they can't because LeBron may never own his name again.
So he can sell his licenses, his rights, his everything away, his LeBron James and everything he's accomplished away for $1 billion, or he can just do his own thing and make $1 billion every 5 years. How about that?
Now, why do I say this? Because of the situation with Ali's daughter. Muhammad Ali's daughter can't use her family's name because her product could be confused with the products being sold under Muhammad Ali's name.
What? Listen to that, yo. I'm sorry, and but that's information right there, yo. Muhammad Ali's daughter can't even use her name because Muhammad Ali sold his name back in the day, and they're saying it'll be confused with our stuff, so you can't even use your name that we forced onto you, by the way. Well, not Ali, but you know.
Ali's daughter. Muhammad Ali's daughter can't use her family's name because her product could be confused with the products being sold under Muhammad Ali's name. Because Ali sold his name for $5 million. There's no telling, I believe it was $5 million. No telling how much money they made off his name.
Trillions.
In my opinion, Kyrie must sign with SIA, which would be the parting of the Red Sea.
He has
to. Other athletes can follow him through. Kyrie must sign with SIH, which would be the parting of
the Red Sea. If we're gonna be spooked out here, let's get all the way spooked out. This is the sky cracking. We the ones who came through. Now it's time for us to part the Red Sea and walk through. We ain't gonna be lost for 40 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. I promise you, this is a different part of that. But I'm saying He's a Hebrew Israelite. If 70% of us, and I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, but I'll support it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that brother is a Hebrew Israelite, but he got a definitely official black shoe. So if 70% of black people, but 70% of Hebrews support it, then that'll split the Red Sea. If 70% of black people do it, that'll split the Atlantic Ocean, if you will.
Of the Red Sea that other athletes can follow him through. LeBron has the potential to be a billionaire eventually. Kyrie can be a billionaire within 5 to 6 years.
Damn.
And I don't mean on paper. I mean in the bank.
In the bank. A black bank.
All AB Sneakers is getting the blueprint. All AB Sneakers is getting the blueprint from Delvin Carter, owner of SI Collective. The reality is other Hebrew Israelites can learn from Delvin and set themselves free as well. They would be fools not to.
They would be
any
fools.
Athlete.
We all would be fools not to. I'm gonna stop it here, man, because this is not even the main topic though, and I know y'all gonna be, oh damn, Goldstein, you can come back because this is your time to shine. Because this is what I'm about to get onto. You gotta put it in a regular chat because I can't see the private chat either when I'm sharing the thing. My bad. That's why I kept looking back. But this is your time to come on because I ain't even get into what I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to show that because the brother did make a Kyrie Irving shoe. You know what I'm saying? So shouts out to Saya Collective, you know what I'm saying, and Kyrie Irving. But, you know, speaking of Kyrie Irving, right, I want to show y'all something. And this is for Goldstein or whoever, Goldberg, to come back on. And let me put the link in the chat for whoever come back on. But if you on, just say it in the regular chat. I can't see. I'm going to keep looking, but I like, you know, don't blame me if I can't see it. The problem is we don't make freezers at all. You know, that's a sad reality. You know what I'm saying? It's time to get back to our own freezers. You know what I'm saying? And that's just for a certain reason. But since it's Khalid Muhammad's, you know, birthday yesterday, shouts out to Khalid Muhammad. I'm gonna let him introduce. Hold on. Let me see. All right, so I'm gonna let Khalid Muhammad introduce the next part. All right, since it's his birthday. Let me see. Okay, we got it right here.
Man, what about Goldstein, who slaughtered 39 Palestinians and became a Jewish hero? Publicly.
Speaking of Goldstein, oh boy.
The rabbi said what about the fingernails, Dr. Carter?
Said that the rabbi said that the fingernail of one Jew was worth more than all of the Arabs in the world. And the New York Times ran the lead story with the photo showing the Jews filing past his grave.
Yes.
They not only called him a hero, but a saint.
Yes, may I make this point, Mr. Muhammad? The atrocity perpetrated by Goldstein was roundly and publicly condemned by the entire leadership of the Jewish community in America, as well as the leaders of the state of Israel.
Let me ask you this.
They publicly condemned that action, and I can't even get you to look into the camera and convey even the remotest notion that you have in your heart some love for two Jews who died trying to save black people in the South. I speak of
You cannot get me to look into the camera and do that.
Yeah. May I ask you to kindly speak to that?
You cannot get me to look into the camera and show love for two Jews. I don't even know them.
I don't even know
live
them.
with this pain and suffering every day among my own people. Look at our babies. They're in the Oakland, in the Bay Area. They're watching Schindler's List. You have your Schindler's List, but for us, it's been a swindler's list because someone is attempting to steal our birthright. They stopped the movie. Take our babies out of the movie as though it's such a moral outrage. And then Spielberg comes in. The governor comes in. What about the statements of the Jew, Howard Stern, the comedian, Jackie Mason? What about Moshe Dayan? What about the fact that members of the Senate have made racist comments and Congress, and they were voting against me, but they were not brought up by their own colleagues in that so-called august body?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yo, facts, and happy birthday to Khalid Muhammad. But you know what he did? He brought up Howard Stern, you know what I'm saying? So speaking of Kyrie and speaking of Howard Stern, did you see this, right? Howard Stern got mad at Kyrie Irving, called him a moron and all of that stuff. Did you see that? Like, how dare this fool have this shyster, right? This is so I want to show y'all some broad day modern day shysting, just like how they used to do us back in the day, because they like to get away from all of that. Since we touched on the Jews that was in Brazil, you know what I'm saying? Let's touch on the Jews that's in America today, you know, how they have the same characteristics, whether they be the Portuguese shysters or the Dutch shysters who started Wall Street, or the Portuguese shysters who were the main sellers, who admitted to being the main sellers of slaves until the British took over. Then they used to sell sick people, and then, you know, when they bought sick people, and then when they got healthy, they sold them just so they could make a profit. You know what I'm saying? So let's look at some modern day shysters. Speaking of Goldberg and Goldstein and all of that.
I'm going to give you an example of overblown overreaction to Kyrie Irving's tweet.
Hold on.
A fucking this Kyrie Irving, who's a complete douchebag. I mean, what a fucking, you know, this is a, you know, he's a flat earther.
Now listen, there's all fun and games. It's all funny and stuff when there's anti-black stuff. It's all fun and games. But just like y'all boy Vlad TV, you know what I'm saying, who can profit off of y'all stuff and all of this. Because we also talked about how they got on code in 1713 with the Treaty of Utrecht, you know, how whiteness, that was the Berlin Conference before. So I want to show y'all getting on code, whether you believe in the religion or not, they believe in their shysterness, and that unites them as a people. And it's okay for you as a person to unite to defend yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because no matter how much how fun and all of this stuff and how many years of blackface you've been doing, right now it ain't so funny, right? Because he's talking about somebody putting out a tweet talking about black people and their Hebrew Israeliteness, you know what I'm saying, and talking about the stuff that I'm showing y'all that they probably not gonna even say nothing to me about, because I'm showing y'all the evidence. Or they're gonna say, well, we was never in Brazil, we was never disbanded or kicked out of every single country that we've been in. Right? The Dutch was ready to kick them out. Spain did kick them out. I mean, we can go back to ancient times of them getting kicked out. And they sitting here talking about some anti-Semitism, and you wonder why. How dare this white dude? You know what I'm saying?
Here's Kyrie Irving. You know, he's a fucking douchebag.
We've talked about him before.
Unless you've been living under a rock.
And then the girls, I don't know if they're still doing this show, but then the girl's still right there co-signing. What's up with that, yo? The girl's still right there co-signing. That black girl, Robin, I think her name is. What the hell?
We've talked about him before.
Unless you've been living under a rock, Kyrie was on Twitter, and he promoted, you know, he reposted a thing for a book and a movie about how the Jews are killing the world or something, you know, something like that.
Okay, so you don't even know what actually happened. Let's go. Keep going.
And so, of course, there was a shitstorm. So some reporter, he has a great clip. This reporter went up to Kyrie Irving, and you can see how testy Kyrie gets. Because the reporter's saying, well, you know, hey, you were promoting this thing, this bullshit on Twitter. How about it? And he's like, I'm not promoting it. What do you mean? He goes, well, you retweeted it. He goes, well, that doesn't mean I promoted it. You know, like just playing a game of semantics. And he's just a fucking moron. Just let me hate the Jews, for God's sakes. Don't bust my balls.
Oh, so now it's hatred and stuff like that. He didn't say nothing about, he said, I love everybody. You know what I'm saying? The same thing black people always say. I love everybody. But I do want to talk about my heritage, because he believes he is the Jews, but he hates the Jews. What the hell are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Now, this is coming from the same Howard Stern.
Again, things that Kyrie never said.
Yo, what up, Truth 884? Hey, my brother, I wanted to tell you, Truth 884. I thought I found a black dentist, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna be honest with you. She's like a mixed woman, and she really looks like Rosa Parks, you know what I'm saying? She looks like Rosa Parks, but she's a mixed woman. It is a mixed dentist office. So and they put it under the black dentist stuff, you know what I'm saying? People of color, I guess they people of color to me, but I'm still looking, my brother. I'm glad you found the black doctor, but you know what I'm saying, I can't even find a black dentist in my area. I'm sure it's some. I found one, but she's retiring, so. But I'm sorry. Let me play this.
Never said.
I just want to go on Twitter and hate Jews. Can't you just leave me alone? Everyone hates Jews. Why are you picking on me? I'm just an NBA player. I don't understand anything. A lot of people hate the Jews. Why are you picking on me? The earth is flat. I think the Jews are lizards. Next question. Stop it. Leave me be. You know?
Now, question for y'all. Does this dude look like a freaking lizard to y'all? That's a good question.
I mean, the whole world has gotten nuts. Everyone's just feeling really empowered.
Yeah, come on here. Yeah, come on. Just let me know. I'm gonna keep checking though. I'm gonna keep checking if you don't put it. If anybody want to come on here. And matter of fact, let me do this real quick. I'm gonna put it back in the chat. Oh no, it's right there. So y'all good. My bad. Y'all can come on here. Yeah, facts, yo. That's what I'm saying. Like into medicine, into everything, just studying like science and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like chemistry is nothing but mixing, like, people get spooked out with alchemy. It's just putting two stuff together, you know what I'm saying? Like, or how you get salt or all of these kind of things, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just chemistry, like heat is God. That's a whole nother subject.
Power to say whatever dumb fucking thing is on their brain, and then they go, "Oh, come on, man, give me a, come on, free speech, Hi Hitler." Now let's move on.
As Khalid Muhammad would say, I tried to separate Hitler as a freak of nature, but based off our experience, I've realized that there's a little bit of Hitler in a whole lot of white people, and a whole lot of Hitler in a whole lot more.
Hitler threw the Jews in the ovens. Leave me alone. I just want to say things like that. I just want to say what I have to say.
Yo, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yo, physics is definitely important too. You know what I'm saying? I just like chemistry a lot more, but yo, physics is definitely important. You know what I'm saying? It's just Europeans junk it up with their terminologies because they take, the Greek philosopher from blah, 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 who actually stole some stuff from other people. But the Greek philosopher, and then it didn't happen until this next white dude and did this next thing, you know what I'm saying? Completely ignoring that they got their whole knowledge from somebody else, not from themselves, but that's something else. And that black people and back in the day, like, you know what I'm saying, we was good with math, science, chemistry, all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying, which is the same thing, but
Next, I'm going to show you the hypocrisy. This is a clip from back when he was on The View, and they were asking him about him using the N-word, and he says he never used the N-word. Watch the clip that plays after. This is going to
Yo, you got two joints. You want me to take one off? Yo,
who have two joints?
Okay. What's up, Bakari? So all right. So what's up, Bakari?
So you're gonna just ignore Mr. Goldstein?
Well, you don't get no precedence over here. What up, Bakari?
What's going on, my brother Forecast?
Not much. How you doing, my brother?
Everything is everything, my brother. Everything is everything. I'm sitting here listening, man. Khalid Muhammad, man, he was Khalid Muhammad was a gangster with it. He wasn't no punk at all, man.
Yeah.
Not at all. Not Khalid Muhammad. I loved Khalid Muhammad. Hey, you know, Ice Cube say he'll attack and make you vomit down with Khalid Abdul Muhammad. But then you know, when them Jews came at him though, he wasn't that tough no more. You see what I'm saying? According to Khalid Muhammad. I ain't never heard no Jew. I'm gonna have to ask Goldstein what he think about that.
You said who?
I'm gonna have to ask Goldstein what he think about that. Was it the Jews that made Ice Cube bow down?
Ice Cube. Okay, yeah, definitely. All right, so yeah, go ahead, Goldstein.
What's going? How you doing there, my brother? Forecast. How are you? I can call you brother, right?
Absolutely not.
Why not? I see you had your other guy came up in the car.
Yeah, I'm not a cause yo, shouts out to Khalid Muhammad, but I'm not a Muslim, so I can't say that you're my brother by religion. So you're definitely not my brother by nature, in the words of Khalid Muhammad. So,
well, actually, okay. Well, you say you all claim that he claimed that he was Semitic. Then he want to put everything on the Jews, right? But the Jews, and I saw you was playing those. Oh, how much money LeBron is going to make for his lifetime. If LeBron James doesn't see his worth, is that the Jew problem? Or is that a LeBron James colored people problem?
yeah, well, we the colored people, so it's our problem.
So no one made LeBron sign that contract, right? No one told Kyrie, the guy, Kyrie Irving, who's absolutely anti-Semitic, who never have anything good to say about the Jews from Israel, the Jews of the Bible, us, you know. No one told him to turn down, not turn down, but give such a confusing response when asked about SIA collective shoes. But you want to keep blaming the Jews. And then you got Howard Stern. You're playing some of the stuff that he's a shock jock, man. He really don't mean that stuff what he say about you guys.
But hold on, didn't you just say Kyrie Irving's anti-Semitic?
But he posts some anti stuff. Well, you know, I'm to be honest, you know, I ride with my people, the Jews, you know, Ashkenazis. It doesn't make a difference as long as they're Jews, the German Jews, the Polish Jews, as long as they're Jews.
The Portuguese Jews?
All of the Jews. Christopher Columbus was a Jew as well. So all of the Jews. I'm going to ride with them.
Italian Jews?
But what I'm saying is, Kyrie posted he tweeted out the name of a documentary. And in that documentary, there's a lot of there's a lot of Jewish hate. A lot of Jewish hate. And he tweeted it out. So then I hear people saying, I've heard some African American people say, well, they didn't say anything to Amazon. They still have it on there for sale. Well, hey, you know, don't get mad with Jews for protecting who we are. You all should protect who you are. And then maybe y'all should get mad with Amazon for not standing up with y'all, bro, Kyrie, because they did not stand with him. They're just profiting off the documentary that was sold and never once stood with him.
Yeah, but that's what you got confused though. I don't think anybody's saying we should support Amazon. We're saying that they didn't support you. So like in turn, like just like your community would do, like you wouldn't support something that's anti you. I can't say anti-Semitic because you stole the Semitic stuff from other people and stuff like that. So I can't necessarily say anti-Semitic. And the people who say anti-Semitic are the most anti-Semitic. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really say that, but you did steal a lot of that that ideology, you know what I'm saying? And when people question it, y'all lie about what y'all have done. And now this dude, this shyster, Howard
what
Stern,
ideology did we steal, bro? Hey, bro, what ideology did we steal?
Semitic ideology.
Well, we wrote the books. We wrote the Bible. We wrote the Quran, the Torah, the Talmud. You know, I know black people like to say, African people like to say everything came from them. I mean, that's just pictographs over there in Egypt. No one knows what that stuff means. We really wrote this stuff, man. We wrote it for our people, our ancestors,
Yeah, but wasn't a
our
lot of
forefathers, Jacob,
wasn't
John, Isaac, Abraham. All of they put this stuff. They put pen to paper.
it wasn't
For
paper
us.
back then, but wasn't
The one
that
thing
stuff
we can
older
say
though?
about the one, say that again, please, sir.
I said, wasn't there stuff older that y'all kind of like stole or copied?
No, man, but we've been here. We have been here for something older than us. No, we have been here. And you say that wasn't paper. The one thing I can give the Arabs of Egypt is that's where we got paper from, the papyri. They created the paper. And those people were Arabs. They were not African. They were not black people. They were Arabs. And and I heard Khalid Muhammad say that he hears a Jew, just the nail of a Jew, the fingernail of a Jew is worth more than an Arab. It's actually worth more than an Arab. A Jewish fingernail is actually worth more than an Arab. Wouldn't you agree?
No, they all worth the same, pretty much. Nothing, I guess.
So
not worth.
can I ask you a question, bro? Because you said we're bros, right? Can I ask you a question, bro?
What's the question?
Why is it black people, the African Americans, tend to take up for people that have never cared about them, but the people that's always shown them love and respect, Jewish people, they hate? Can you explain that to me?
Yo, first of all, let me ask you this question before I answer that, because it'll give me more clarity to answer. Are you white?
We're white Jews.
But you are white.
Yes, we're white Jews.
Well, I would say for myself, because I can't speak for all black people, I would say for myself, you know what I'm saying? You are a white dude, you know what I'm saying? So, there's that, but I don't know what you're talking about, because black people be like, yo, I love everybody. They be like black and Jewish coalition. But then, you have incidents like what happened in New York where the Jewish dude ran over those kids, or you always have Jewish dudes saying some crazy stuff, or like the Jewish blackface, or like how slave owners and the colonialism and the slavery and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? How you was never our allies and stuff like that. To me, you're no different from any other group. You know what I'm saying? You're just another white group that competed. Just like I was saying with the lessons, you know what I'm saying? Every white group competed with each other. The British competed, the Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, and the Jewish people compete. The Shysters competed. So
Okay, now can I ask you a question, bro?
What's that?
Wasn't there some African Americans, especially preachers, but African Americans, not just say that they are glad slavery happened? Because if it wasn't for slavery, they would be in Africa somewhere worshiping a tree. Now think about this. They are glad slavery happened. So you all should be thanking my ancestors building ships for y'all to get on.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, ask yourself this question, right? Does a tree provide more stuff for us in reality, or does Jesus?
Are you asking me that? Well, I'm not a messianic Jew, so I don't believe in Jesus that way. I don't believe in the Messiah. So a tree can provide shade. It can provide, you can use it to cook with, keep you warm. You can use it for shelter. So a tree can provide more, than Jesus, per se. But that tree cannot turn water to wine. See, when you get hungry, when the African American is struggling, because you people really like seafood, if you just go to that ocean and pray, man, you can get fish. You can get fish big enough to feed the multitude, man. You can feed 5,000 people, man, with a fish. That's how Jesus worked for you. See, what we pray to work for us in different ways. It give us gold and diamonds, and we become lawyers, and doctors, and we own businesses. So y'all Messiah work for y'all one way. What we believe in work for us in another way. Y'all get what y'all asked for. You didn't want the tree, so you don't have the tree. So now the other white people is just cutting down all of the trees.
Yeah, but that's not true though, because without the tree and the fire that the tree helps produce, you know what I'm saying? Like you're eating raw fish, you know what I'm saying? Black people cook the fish, you know what I'm saying? You still, even then, you may think Jesus, but you use the fire from the wood. That's if that's what you got to use, you know what I'm saying? Before anything, that's what I'm saying. Like, the science is, you know what I'm saying?
Have you ever been to a Jap restaurant?
No.
People in the chat, have they ever been to a Jap restaurant and eaten sushi? And I'm willing to bet you it's some of our bros right now in that chat that is taking on that culture of eating raw fish and saying it's good when they go to the Japanese restaurant.
Look, like if I'm not gonna eat chitlins, I'm not eating sushi.
There's nothing wrong with the chitlin. It saves you people lives. Chitlins is eaten all around the world.
All right. So let me finish this drawing because he was talking about Kyrie, and then we will get into the next thing too, right? Because I want to keep playing with this dude. But
if you're gonna talk negative, but if you're gonna talk about negative about my Jewish bros, I'm gonna have to listen offline. But if you're gonna talk negative about my Jewish bros, I'm gonna try to come back. At least, man, you can tell the truth about Kyrie being anti-Semitic and Khalid Muhammad. I know the other day was his birthday, and I saw some people telling him happy birthday. So, they were anti-Semitic. Let's just be honest.
If you say happy birthday to Kyrie Irving?
Would I say no? Why would I say happy birthday to someone tweeting out that documentary? He want people to go watch that. He's adding fuel to a fire of Jewish hate in this country.
Is there a reason why does Jews get kicked out of every country they go to?
I'm going to ask you a better question because I don't know why those people who folks say it's Jews get kicked out of every country. Can you tell a Jew from another white person?
Nah, not me. I can't. Y'all can tell it. I don't know how, but y'all be like, "Oh yeah, he's a shyster." I'm like, "Damn."
You can't. No one can really tell. That's why when we came here and Hollywood was first getting popular, if you do the history, and I don't know why those other white people hate us, but that's why most of the actors and actresses and everything was Jewish, but they had to get like a British name or anything, and no one knew. We couldn't even have our Jewish names, and no one knew.
Yo, you know what's funny? Because you just said that. Go ahead. Finish. Go ahead. What you were saying?
Now, every time something happened, our brothers who have been oppressed like us, they have been through subjugation. The slavery was a bad thing, but we had the Holocaust, which was the worst thing ever happened in the world. The next worst thing would have to be what happened to the African people, maybe, but hey, I don't know why y'all go against us when we have been on your side.
So hold on. So that's a good, because I got to keep going, but that you just brought up a good point. You know what I'm saying? Because shysters get reparations, and a black president quote unquote black president went over there and said, "Oh yeah, the Holocaust was the worst thing ever." So here's reparations from America, who actually helped help fight, so y'all can not throw each other in the gas chambers and stuff. So you agree with reparations since you're saying that, we had the next best thing, next worst thing. So we should also get reparations.
I agree for the Jews to get reparation because we know what to do with it. I think if they gave African Americans reparations, that Jewish people should be in charge of it to make sure it's done right. Make sure they have schools and hospitals and everything.
Okay. Well, we'll give it to the NAACP then. All right, so let me keep going then.
Well, I'm a L'Chaim. I'm gonna have to step off and I'm trying to come back with L'Chaim.
All right, but yeah, I was about this because you said actors. I was about to show the blackface thing, but all right.
Well, I can give you a couple of minutes.
It'd be the most outrageous thing you've ever seen.
We had a guy on from the Ku Klux Klan who very freely used the N-word. And my belief was, hey, say it out in the open. And I didn't use the N-word. Let's be very clear. And by the way, I make no apology for that.
No, and you didn't. You didn't that.
Because I don't like people who live under a rock.
Oh boy, except for
Now
we
this
talking
is
about
also
Jewish
Howard
stuff.
Stern and Sherman Hemsley. I don't know how they get these black men.
Yo, now this is what I'm saying. I was talking to Bakari earlier. You know what I'm saying? Bakari, you know, I know Bakari listening. You know, listen, yo, it's hard to argue when you see black men doing stuff like this. And I didn't even want to play this part, but I have to almost.
Do things like this.
Robin, Whoopi is a whole lot prettier after you drunk a couple of bottles of this here malt liquor.
Drink on, honey.
With every sip, you get better and better, baby. Yo, snatch smell like a kingfish. He's a smelly nigga. Hey, here we go.
Go ahead.
Black hole.
Black hole.
You're gonna love this. Hey, look at that. What do I loves most about the Whoopi? Yeah.
That sure has great timing.
Hey, Robin, what does you call a black rocket scientist?
I don't know,
A
Ted.
nigga. Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Oh, you can say whatever you want, you smelly nigga.
Oh man.
Whoopi wrote that.
That's it, Ted. You didn't know I was going to say that. Whoopi had no chance to write it. I don't accept that kind of language. You can call her whatever you want, but you don't talk to me that way or I'll leave.
Well, don't let the door hit you on your big black ass, mama, on the way out of here. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Now, Whoopi, you is a filthy nigga.
I didn't write that.
Well, you is a smelly nigga, so what's the difference?
Oh man. Oh man. Yo, now I was saying.
The only
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead, my brother. The only thing, you know, I'm going to say, you know, Sherman Hemsley, for according to per rumors, he probably liked playing that role because he liked being put in that position in real life. You know, he liked, according to the rumors, he liked white and Latino boys about 25 years younger than him. So he enjoyed that role. So I don't know why you all would be mad with a Jew.
Where you get that from? Where you get that from?
All you have to do is look it up. Yes, he was absolutely, according to the rumors, he absolutely was a switch hitter. Well, he was switching, and the Latino and the white boys was doing the hitting. He was just switching. That's the word, according to the rumor mill in Hollywood.
But
so
yeah,
he
man.
probably enjoyed that role. He enjoyed that guy, that white guy up there with that makeup on his face.
So let me if I put on a costume, like the fake costume that the shysters would be wearing with, and I had like the fake curls that's probably attached to the hat, and I sat there and I did the same thing, and I put on white stuff on my face. Would you dress up like Sherman Hemsley did on this?
No, I would not dress up like Sherman Hemsley did, but it's been Jews, you know, in Hollywood that has dressed like a woman. I think. I'm not for sure.
Maybe Robin Williams. Is he a shyster?
Yeah, his name don't sound like it, so I don't know.
Well, they changed their name so they can fit. They changed their name.
I know you mean Jews. I know you said you're being derogatory toward Jews. But you know, you're wrong.
No. This is you telling me that this dude is sitting here acting like he's outraged about anti-quote unquote Semitism, but he's doing this blackface stuff. Which, by the way, you talked about actors, and this is how they made their claim in Hollywood by using blackface. You know what I'm saying? It was the Irish and it was the shysters. You know what I'm saying? So you telling me he's not being a shyster by acting like he's all good and stuff like that, or no? Am I tripping?
Well, is he being what? Is he being what? Is he being racist?
A shyster.
Well, those black people laughing at this joke. Look, that go a black, you know, she sitting in his lap, you know. So you can't get mad with us with one of our people and project it on all of us when there is one of your people sitting there, a man trying to be a woman sitting in a man's lap? How can you get mad with me? Because of that guy.
All right. Yeah, I ain't even want to show that, man. That's a bad look for black men. And I'm pretty sure my brother Bakari, now, I know he don't like the messenger, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes, right, it's hard to defend against that messenger because of the actions of some people. So, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. But all right, so let me play. How about this then? Cause all right, damn. So I'm way behind, but so all right. So now he was mad about this Kanye West thing. This is recent, you know what I'm saying? So let me play this.
You know, hey.
So was Hitler, but somebody.
Yeah, I heard of people excusing his behavior by saying, "Well, he's just mentally ill." You know, hey.
So was Hitler. But somebody elected him to run a country.
You know, this whole like, well, don't worry about him. He's all mentally ill. But the shit that he's spewing, I'm hearing from a lot of people. I'm talking about his latest wacky anti-Semitic rant that he seems to feel really free to spout. And a lot of media organizations are giving him attention with it. And rightly so. I mean, they're exposing him. I don't have any problem with that. But, boy, what this guy's into, it's the same old stuff with the Jews. You know, growing up Jewish, I got to tell you, I caught so much horse in my life for that.
Really?
Fights. Groups of people with chains hitting me.
Really?
All because, you know,
They ain't hit him hard enough.
The Jews are evil and killed Jesus. And I'm like, what the f***?
By the way, white people killed Jesus in the Bible, y'all.
I didn't kill Jesus. I don't even know Jesus. I don't know anybody named Jesus. And this idea that you grow up rich or you're in some sort of secret organization and Jews get to be rich and control the world, well, meet my relatives. There ain't a rich one in there. This is a white Anglo-Saxon country. It's a Christian country. Jews ain't running this country. There hasn't been a Jewish president. And
we're not celebrating Hanukkah.
Yo, Bwana, you absolutely right, man. He was lazy. You know what I'm saying? Now, it's crazy, though. But this is what I wanted to show y'all, though, because I talked about the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713, the first time they got on code. And I want to show you an example of being on code. Whether they believe in their religion or not, you know what I'm saying? They stay on code, you know what I'm saying? And this is the code they get on, because we like to explain racism to other groups, but they know how it works. That's why they try to be on your neck about it, right? Because they know that doing these things is not cool, you know what I'm saying? But they will do the stuff to you. Like, check out what he said. Now, this is after Sinbad just got off, y'all, and this was back in the 90s when Sinbad was in, you know what I'm saying?
You're doing good, Sinbad, and we're very happy to finally get to talk to you.
All right, man.
All right, thanks, Sinbad.
Take care.
Right, bye-bye. That's Sinbad. See?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't he behave nicely?
Oh, boy.
You see everybody? It's possible for the
They
races.
say we can't live together, but
But the races can get along if you behave. Nobody wants to hang around with somebody angry and talking all that jive and all that funny talk. And
She's been hitting that fake laugh for like 40 years, however long they've been on the air.
language. Hey man, what you going with? No one understands that. Everyone gets frightened. If you want to get a piece of the pie, you have to act a certain way.
Well, I said like this, that people say he's done it, and
Now you're not going to get a job. You sound like that. I'm telling you. Sinbad, he's working. I watched that show. I feel so safe.
Obviously, you haven't watched it recently. You didn't know he was gone.
Well, I have to go to bed at night. And he really is the role model for how all black people should behave.
Well, once again, I must say that not all people can be a comedian.
Yes, that is true.
I think that we should look in other places besides show business.
But I'm talking about
role model.
Don't behave as the comedian, Sinbad. Behave as the guy on The Different World.
I see.
Yeah, that guy.
The coach guy.
The coach. You should be a coach. Certainly. Not everyone can be a comedian, but everyone can be a coach. There's certainly enough teams around to coach. No, really, he is an excellent role model. Better than Arsenio. If you're gonna have a role model, you go with Sinbad or maybe not even Luther Vandross. Go with
Luther Vandross ain't a good enough Negro, y'all.
Gee, Sinbad is so excellent. It's hard to think of another one.
Yeah, it's hard to find somebody as good.
Yeah, there's not too many good Negroes out there, except for this light-skinned dude, Sinbad, you know what I'm saying, who, I'm not going to disrespect Sinbad, but yeah, it's hard to think of some good Negroes out there, y'all. Give me a second. Better than Sinbad.
Gee, Sinbad is so excellent. It's hard to think of another one.
Yeah, it's hard to find somebody as good as Sinbad.
Yeah, he
Not
is
only that, he's married with children. You know,
Right.
the whole thing, the whole package is there.
You know who else was kind of neat? Stymie on Little Rascals.
Oh, I don't know anything about
Very nice kid. You go back and watch it.
I don't know.
Go back and watch.
She's copying his style, so that she knows about him.
I didn't watch too many of those shows.
Was a very nice kid. Buckley was a little hostile, but Stymie. Watch
Buckley
Stymie.
was a rebel.
I mean, Buckley was okay, but if you want a role model, Stymie or Sinbad. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And
We can excuse this. It's just jokes, huh? Okay, well, okay, let's listen to this one.
Who had no idea who I was, and I guess maybe.
For those of you out of town, he was our mayor. Got elected because he was black. He really had
Well,
no.
I don't know why he got elected.
Please. Everyone was hoping that he could calm things down.
And he just riled.
I wonder if she's like uncomfortable, or did she just get a intolerance to the uncomfortable stuff? Like, look at her face. Like, she's in the sunken place. Somebody like hit her with a camera phone.
Please. Everyone was hoping that he could calm things down.
And he just riled him up.
He made him worse. We had some of the worst racial tensions while
That's
he was.
why I said that don't elect people just because they're black.
That's right. A lot of these black guys don't know what they're doing.
A lot of people don't know how to be a mayor, Howard.
Right.
Don't say it just because he's a black guy, he doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh.
You always make a mistake.
Thanks for correcting me. You know what I meant.
Funny Jew. Funny shyster.
You can't assume just because he's a black guy, he can get the blacks under control. Because what happened is the blacks started to think they were in charge, and then they would go around killing Jews and stuff. So it just wasn't working out.
What the hell is he talking about? Blacks would get in charge and they go around killing Jews? What the hell is he talking about? It was actually the other way around, right? They have a history of harming us, literally, right? But they got a problem with us. Oh, come on, man. Stop it.
They would go around killing Jews and stuff. So it just wasn't working out. And there's lots of Jews here and lots of blacks.
Yeah, I think her name is Robin.
And
what up, Harco?
Blacks were killing the Jews, and the mayor was kind of like looking the other way.
The blacks. I didn't kill anyone.
No, all the blacks but Robin.
Oh,
you can't separate yourself, young sister. And this is what we try to explain to a lot. Now, we understood it in 1932, even though they had the same mindset, but they knew where they stood. But she suffers from, I don't know what the hell she suffers from, but illusion of inclusion mixed with mental illness, mixed with cognitive dissonance, mixed with self-hatred, mixed with, I don't know what the hell.
didn't kill anyone.
No, all the blacks but Robin.
Oh.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for correcting me, by the way. But anyway, so he really couldn't get our blacks under control, so we threw him the hell out. Everyone had hope.
Blacks. You own some black people?
Yes. Our blacks here in New York. Gary.
Like, it's that inner, is that like you're in the sunken place. That sunken place is trying to, like, when the girl was crying or when the dude was like, yo, get out, get out. That's what she's doing right now, because she can't look him in the eye. She's looking down. Every time she says, she got that little awkward laugh. Ha, 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 ha. Like, we're not all killers. Ha, 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 ha.
I even voted for Mayor Dinkins like a moron.
I did.
I was so. I almost wanted to choke you.
I was
because he thought our blacks would be under control under Mayor
It
Dinkins.
wasn't that. I just thought that it was time. I thought that it was time for the city to have a black mayor because
he was black.
Because what?
Because there were a lot of blacks in the city, and I thought they needed a voice. Little did I know that his voice was horrible.
Oh, yes.
Oh my! Is this a people of color? Is this a person of color talking this crap? What the hell?
Voice was horrible.
He's not going to get accepted. He doesn't. Little does he know this was like probably 90 something. He's still not accepted to this day. He didn't know that back then, but he's still not accepted. Sorry, mulatto boy.
Oh, you're so crazy.
I know when he told me that I wanted to choke him because Mayor Koch, we had a great
That
mayor.
is such a patronizing thing. I thought
Robin,
they needed a
I
voice,
voted
so
for
I'm going
Dinkins.
to give
Of course
them
it
one.
is.
I voted for
What a
Dinkins.
patronizing thing to do.
Racist.
How dare you racist.
You are a racist.
Yeah, that's true.
You're a liberal racist.
That's right.
Oh, I hate people like you.
Disgusting, Gary. And we hate you.
I'm telling you.
Not people like
Funny, but yeah, this is your boy right
People
here.
want the same thing white people want.
There's no question. Black people want slavery as much as white people.
Yo, they did the minstrel shows. We're gonna get into that as a part of the history thing too. Oh my goodness.
Black people want the same thing white people want. There's no question. Black people want slavery as much as white people want. The slaves.
All right, so I'm gonna skip through this last part. This is another
Come on,
blackface
nobody-
thing, and I was gonna show something else that he did, but I'm not gonna show that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go on to the next thing. I know they give that white boy a pass, but now all of a sudden, oh yeah, they give him a pass and stuff like that. So I also want to show y'all this though too. All right, so check this out. This is just another one. This just throw it in there, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know that dude, Gene Simmons, and he got mad at the Kyrie stuff and all of that stuff too. So he's talking about racism has got to stop, and you know, he speaks out against racism and hypocrisy in America and with black people and stuff. You know, he got all this stuff to say, but also this dude would say, yeah, Don Gene sent in 2014. This is called shysting here, but this is also called staying on code. You know what I'm saying? No matter what they believe, they're going to stay on code. So he's going to support Donald Sterling and Mel Gibson and all of these people who got all of this stuff to say. You know what I'm saying? That's just on top of the Donald Sterling thing because, you know, they look alike. So I just had to show y'all that. So yo, they created a law called the Look Back Law for Cosby, right? While this white bitch Carolyn Bryant sits peacefully, you know what I'm saying? Or you can name a number of incidents, but that's just the one that stands out. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I just want to show y'all the shysterness in effect. Gene Simmons supports Donald Sterling, but also says racism has got to stop, and racists should be publicly shamed. So, you know, throw him in the pot. You know what I mean? So yeah, I just had to show y'all that. So let me go to the next thing so I can get up out of here. Now, I also talked about, you know what I'm saying? Let me put the link in the chat, right? Because I also talked about the Indians, right? And I'm going to call them Indians because you know what they did? They turned their back. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we thought it was a black and Indian the same way we thought it was a black and brown. And these groups of people have always came after us. Yeah, but he has the most important white trait, and he has the shyster trait. That's the issue. You know what I'm saying? And all right, so yeah, I was talking about right, so how these Indian groups, you know what I'm saying, did, and how most of the time they was trying to get fit in, you know what I'm saying, with the white people, just like all of these other groups do, you know what I'm saying. And I got some for the East Indian stuff, but I ain't gonna pull it out yet, you know what I'm saying, unless I have to. But you know what I'm saying, like all of these other groups have an anti-us mindset, and how a lot of them, because I was talking about the Chesapeake Rebellion of 1730 and how one of these tribes, what is their name? Like it started with a P. It's something tribe, you know what I'm saying? I said it in a thing, but how they use them to stop, not only stop rebellions, but to harm us and come after us, you know what I'm saying? And their anti-black culture, you know what I'm saying? Because I talk about every single group, so I'm not gonna leave them out, you know what I'm saying? Now I know a lot of them got wiped out, so it's not a lot of them left, you know what I'm saying? But let's be real here, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I know a lot of y'all probably got something to say about this. And like I said, next week is gonna be the slave ship thing, so y'all could be prepared for that next lesson next week. But I'm gonna move the next lesson next week to Sunday. I can't do it on Fridays. This is the only day I'm gonna do it on Fridays. But when it comes to the black Native fight. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to regain that status because of the anti-blackness. And I know we like this running away from the blackness, but it's anti in every culture. I don't care where you go around the world.
In Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, there lies a cemetery for Creek Indian freedmen, the tribe's former black slaves. It's neglected and becoming a dumping ground.
Yes, this is one of the Benjamins.
When Rhonda Grayson first heard about it, she didn't get very far in her inquiries about who owned this plot of land.
And when I received the second call, I said, this is the ancestors calling us, and we have to do something.
Not only did she find the owner, she managed to acquire the land on behalf of the Creek Indian freedmen. Now she's begun work on restoration and an accounting of who's buried here.
Now, this is Rebecca Johnson, born July 4th on Independence Day, 1865.
At the recent commemorations for the centenary of the Tulsa Race Massacre, Black Native Americans are a strong presence. And as with the massacre of 1921, many in the US and elsewhere aren't even aware of their existence. Some Native American tribes long accepted Black members. But in what's now Oklahoma, white settlers judged the tribes civilized because not only did they assimilate with...
Oh man, let's look at... And no, it's not a slave ship show, but we're gonna talk about the slave ship part, you know what I'm saying? So when I go live, if you got any questions, anybody is welcome. But that's next week, you know what I'm saying? This week, you know, this was a part of it, you know what I'm saying? Because during the Chesapeake Rebellion of 1730, they used a lot of these tribes, you know what I'm saying, to come against us. And yeah, they mischaracterize a lot of stuff and they whitewash a lot of stuff. That is true, you know what I'm saying? But let's not be, because you would have to admit that, yeah, there was some Asian looking people who was definitely here in the anti-blackness that has been in their culture and continues to persist in their culture. Just like they used to enslave us and put our, you know, even in the burial grounds, like with the Europeans, because they were so trying to fit in with them and they still got wiped out. And the Mexicans should probably take note, but that's their problem. You know what I'm saying? And all these other mulatto groups should probably take note, but that's their issue. But, you know what I'm saying? Our issue is that we think everybody is our friend. You know what I'm saying? I see people saying black and brown, black and yellow, black and this, black and that. You know what I'm saying? We don't have no friends.
Did they assimilate with the newcomers in dress and religion, but also in the adoption of black chattel slavery? After the Civil War, the tribal nations abolished slavery as part of treaties signed with the federal government in 1866. Former slaves would be...
Yo, what up, Harco?
Yeah, what's going on?
Not much, not much.
And Howard Stern, man, that guy. Before I knew about Jews and what they were all about, I used to say, damn, how can this guy just be so blatantly racist and nobody says anything? But then once I learned about the Jewish situation and the Jewish power, I said, oh, now I see. Because he continues to get paid crazy amounts of money. People claim that they love the guy, but see, if he had been somebody else saying everything and doing everything against us, against so-called Jews, he wouldn't have an outlet. But Stern, Sarah Silverman, Roseanne Barr,
and they're not even funny.
Yeah. He's just obnoxious and rude. I think he tried to change his tone when his present situation tried to sound more serious. But I keep asking the question, and the answer is probably self-evident, is why do they keep targeting us? But then when you look at the Karl Marx, the Gene Simmons, and a few others, even the Stern himself, you can't help but to notice some black characteristics. You just can't help but to notice that. So there's got to be something to it. And
oh, you said Karl Marx?
Yep.
You said he was a Jew?
Yep.
He hated the Jews?
No, he had black traits. He was a Jew with black traits, black characteristics.
But he hated the Jews too.
Well, I don't know where you got that from,
but he said it in his writings, you know what I'm saying? He said it because they have black traits. He was like, yo, they are the scourge of, you know what I'm saying? Like,
he said that?
Karl Marx, yeah. Did you talk about Marxism, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude was racist as hell.
That's kind of weird because shit.
I'll show you in a minute.
Talk about black traits, God damn it, he has them. I mean,
Yo, he could have been. No, I'm saying like, yo, he could have been a Jew because like, yo, like Hitler had Jewish ancestry. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he did what he did. You know, like he could have been a Jew. I don't, you know, but I know he hated the Jews too, though.
Well, that's what they say. See, let me tell you something about that. See, that's an act. So you got to act like people are not on the same page and arguing in order for people to think, oh man, everybody's being victimized by a mysterious person, a mysterious white man. But so you can't name the Jewish antagonist. You can't name their enemy.
You can't name one?
No, I'm saying you can't name the enemy, their enemies, people who are supposedly keeping them down.
Oh, okay. They said white boys hold them down.
That's what they say, but that's a lie. They're actually holding the white people down.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So you gotta make up an antagonist to try to throw people off. And a lot of people out here are stupid, but they, you know, it's easy to just think logically and say, okay, well, if somebody's keeping you down, how come you own every damn thing? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. How could you design Hitler's weapons of war if he hated you so much? Why did you design them? Why did you get the designs right and make sure that they work well? I mean, see, stuff like that, it doesn't make sense. You know? That's why, you know, you think about these things and you ask yourself questions and then you come up with the answers. And obviously you look into it and try to verify everything. And it's pretty clear. I mean, like I always say, they created the money is actually theirs, and they created the economy. That's why they never hurt when things go down. And that's why Howard Stern can get, I wouldn't doubt if he's worth $1 billion by now. All that goddamn money, I really never saw what the hell was so special about the guy. And white supremacists love him, but they claim to hate Jews. So why do you point and love this guy? And why do you claim to hate them? They're the enemy, but the only people you attack are black people. And I've proven this. I had a channel before where I showed a news clip because they used to do this scheme where they vandalize their vehicles and act like people are attacking them neo-Nazis and spray painted with swastikas. And I put the video up long ago. I said, watch this. I bet you this is an insurance scam with fake enemies. And lo and behold, I think it was in Brooklyn. Lo and behold, it turned out that it was a fake insurance scam. They do it all the time because there are no enemies. They run the show. But they got to keep tricking everybody else to make it look like we're all down. You know how people, you'll see all around on the internet and YouTube, we're all in this together. We're all a part of this thing.
Yeah.
That's more trickery.
Well, people of color do that also, though.
Yeah.
Well, but you are against the people of color thing, though, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. Because you also try to argue that people of color are black. So I'm like,
no, I said they have black in them,
but they're people of color.
I don't use that term. I could just say either mixed or
they non-black. That's the term I use. They not black. That's what I say. But, all right, yo. So let me show you this real quick, right? So look, I could have got something better, but I just did it real quick. So I just want to show you Karl Marx on the. So they was like, yo, one of the his feelings towards Jews and Judaism in particular. He said the son of Jewish parents. So, okay, Marxism was baptized at 6 while he had no education, embraced atheism. He continues to be identified as Jew, and his Jewish ancestry influences thinking. But, okay, so Marx's writings about Jews and Judaism, which identify Judaism with capitalism, are nearly all hostile. He has defenders and detractors. Some argue Marx's anti-Semitism must be understood in the context, but like, so basically, but he was saying that Jews are lower because they have mixture of Negro in them. You know what I'm saying? So that makes them, you know what I'm saying, like less than like good because they were mixed with Negro though. You know what I'm saying?
That's weird because that, to me, that's their only valid claim to being a Semite to begin with. Because it didn't show ain't no red hair, blonde hair, blue-eyed white people.
Well, that's called shysting. They're shysters. So, but all right. So let me go to what I was playing because I was playing the thing about the Black Native Americans, right, and their fight to regain their status. Because I was talking about, you know, how in the history joint I was doing, how a lot of Indians that we know as Indians today, they betrayed Black people who often tried to unite with them. And they signed deals with the white people, you know what I'm saying, trying to fit in with them. And they did the slavery thing, but they was often part of the slave patrol, you know what I'm saying, that returned Black people so that they can get their own freedom. But if they, you know, became the white people so much that they gave away their traditions and did all of that, like, did they really retain their status? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that looks like it's taking place in Oklahoma, right?
Yeah, this one, I had some more stuff, but I just did it real quick. So this is just one I found.
In Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, there lies a cemetery for Creek Indian freedmen, the tribe's former black slaves. It's neglected and becoming a dumping ground.
Yes, this is one of the Benjamins.
When Rhonda Grayson first heard about it, she didn't get very far in her inquiries about who owned this plot of land.
When I received the second call, I said, this is the ancestors calling us, and we have to do something.
Not only did she find the owner, she managed to acquire the land on behalf of the Creek Indian freedmen. Now she's begun work on restoration and an accounting of who's buried here.
Now, this is Rebecca Johnson, born July 4th on Independence Day, 1865.
At the recent commemorations for the centenary of the Tulsa Race Massacre, Black Native Americans are a strong presence. And as with the massacre of 1921, many in the US and elsewhere aren't even aware of their existence. Some Native American tribes long accepted Black members. But in what's now Oklahoma, white settlers judged the tribes civilized because not only did they assimilate with the newcomers in dress and religion, but also in the adoption of Black chattel slavery. After the Civil War, the tribal nations abolished slavery as part of treaties signed with the federal government in 1866. Former slaves would be fully integrated and now known as freedmen. And there was full integration and intermarriage. Negus Chotu Perryman even served as the principal chief of the Creek Nation between 1887 and 1895.
We know that America Cohee was born in 1888. She is an original enrollee of the Muskogee Creek Nation.
Rhonda Grayson's great-grandmother lived her whole life as a member of the Muskogee Creek tribe. But then in 1979, the Creek passed new laws decreeing that freedmen were no longer tribal members. The other tribes followed. Freedmen would lose their tribal voting rights as well as their housing, health, and other benefits.
Everyone should be outraged that this could happen in 1979.
Tribes argued it was an expression
1979
of their sovereignty. An 1866 treaty with the US government should not be the final say on who was a member of their tribes. They should be.
Now, y'all give me a hard time all the time because I say, yo, who's Black? Y'all be like, oh, because I hate everybody else. No, it's not about that, right? It's because, look, we didn't start this war, right? But you damn sure want to protect yourself and get out of the situation that you're in. So what did this Indian say? And I say Indians when I talk about them.
1866 treaty with the US government should not be the final say on who was a member of their tribes. They should be.
Sovereignty is fine, but sovereignty does not give you the right to discriminate against the people. And that's essentially what's happening.
Grayson, who's been leading efforts to overturn the new laws, sees other motivations.
It's about greed and it's about racism is the core of the entire issue. That's it.
Efforts to pressure the tribes to reverse their exclusionary policies have been successful in the courts. In 2017, the Cherokee Nation was forced to abandon plans to expel its freedmen.
Cherokees are people, and unfortunately in this world, there's still people who are racist.
He don't look Black to me, hardcore.
Shit, you don't look Mongol Asian to me either.
I don't know. he got some Asian right there. There's some white and Asian in there. It looked like a white and Asian mix.
Yep.
But it's still biracial. But you gotta have white in them. You know what I'm saying?
That's why they act like that.
Hey.
The vast majority of Cherokees are not.
The US Congress is getting involved, threatening to withhold funding if other tribes don't reverse course. And it seems to be working. Some say they will open a dialogue on the issue. But it is fraught. On the face of it, the federal government is overtly intervening in tribal affairs. However, since a Supreme Court ruling in 2020, the tribe's arguments for excluding freedmen have become shakier. The Muskogee Creek tribe argued for autonomy from the federal government. Its basis, the 1866 treaty with the federal government. And the tribe won. But it's that same treaty that gave freedmen full rights as tribal members.
Bioma Edwards.
The Creek
1866 thing gave you quote unquote free rights, but here you are in 2022 or 2020 or whenever. The fighting, talking about my graves are buried in this big field because these non-white Indians, you know what I'm saying? That there isn't a court of law that's going to grant you anything. There's only one thing that's going to grant you all of it. But you know what? Why would I do that though if I'm a tribe? But you know what? All of these Indian, Asian looking tribes betrayed you. You know what I'm saying? They're not our friends. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know why they feel the need to put black in front of Native American if there is no such thing as black though. Hardcore.
That's other people's arguments. But of course, they put black in front of everything, just like Nation of Islam, they call them black Muslims. Then the Hebrew Israelites, they call them black Hebrew Israelites, even though they don't call themselves that. But, it's just it's a way of trying to say, whatever these people think is invalid. So let's put black in front of it because that means it's not really real. It's just coming from them.
Now, Hardcore, I can't believe you fell for that simple trap right there. So, would you say black Native Americans?
Only if people...
Yes, you would say that.
No, only if people think, okay, we're talking Mongol. Then that's when I put black.
So, would the Mongol-looking ones be Native American?
Well, we discussed this last time.
I know. That's why I can't believe you fell for the simple trap where you just said, yeah.
And like I said, they were here before the white man. So in that sense,
yes.
So
you would also put black to distinguish yourself from them, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I don't know why you even said that, yeah, the first time. That's what I'm saying. Like, so you would say black Native Americans too.
Like, just like you said, to distinguish ourselves from them.
Exactly. So you do see the need for the term black then, right?
Only to distinguish ourselves from them.
All right. So we do want to distinguish ourselves though, right? Right? Or no?
Do we want to? I mean, I think we kind of have to because a lot of people.
So we have to say, so you're saying we have to say the term black?
No, I said we have to distinguish ourselves.
Well, we distinguish ourselves by saying black Native Americans though, right?
I mean, that's one way of doing it.
What's another way?
Just naming out the tribes, like
the Muskogee,
like on the eastern seaboard in particular. You can't find the Mongols.
The Cherokee.
No, you can see a lot of them are black too.
The Cherokee, a lot of them are black. This dude was like a Cherokee representative. I played in
now, see, that's the thing about
Cherokee
Mongols.
tribes.
That's the thing about the Mongol ones. You'll find that the leadership happens to be white style, white mix. They don't mind mixing with white people.
Hardcore, it's okay to say black, okay? You don't got to go through all of this. It's okay to say
no,
black,
right? I'm talking about them.
I know. I'm saying though, right? The Cherokee was on the coast. Like you distinguish yourself because you say black. That's what I'm saying. Like I know, because on the other side, Bakari will get on me because I say black instead of African. But y'all get on me because I say black instead of Native American. But we, on both sides, you recognize that you're going to have to distinguish yourselves from other people, right?
Yeah. See, I say black instead of African myself. because I don't want to exclude other black people.
Yeah, but you know your boy give me a hard time about saying the word black though. And your people give me that's one of the main things about your whole thing, because that's the only problem they got with me is saying the word black.
Well, I mean, I was watching a show today, and they were talking about that, arguing with some white people about an African used to mean white. I didn't like their reasoning because they said they looked on a map from 1589 or something like that. And they saw a white person in Africa. I think I know which map they're talking about. Probably that famous map with Mansa Musa on it. And
Hold on, they saw a white person?
Yeah, in the Sahara. But they were white Berbers. So they that reasoning. That's why I kind of stay away from that kind of talk, because I think that's not getting directly to the point. You know, that's some side stuff.
Like, what does black have to do with like Berbers though?
No, well, the main thing is what the hell does white have to do with them? That was the main thing.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're going to try to claim any kind of culture or whatever, anything. But I think there are people who would say anybody who's not black is white. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you know, and most of those people are paying Africans.
So would you say that?
What?
Most people, well, that's irrelevant because it doesn't matter what they are. You know that Mexicans is not our friends, right?
Oh, definitely. I mean, matter of fact, I was watching one of those auditor videos out in California. Some guy was selling, he had a Mexican restaurant paying taxes for it. Then some lady comes outside trying to sell some homemade tamales. Even if it was around the corner, it's still impacting his business because he sells Mexican food. So he was like, she needs to get the hell up out of here. So these guys, they want to hate on the guy. All of them are Mexican. So they want to hate on him. Then the guy with the camera's like, yeah, I got to stand up for La Raza.
Right.
I'm like, shit, not that La Raza shit.
And that's the problem. Even black people got the La Raza. We could never be a part of their stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm like, man, these people, all those people weren't even looking alike. And he talking about La Raza.
Right. But instead of asking you all this stuff, let me just say this. This is where I draw the line at though. I draw the line at black people. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you want to be like, yo, just black Americans, fine, go. But the problem is black people in America have problems uniting with each other. I think that we should unite with each other. But the thing is, I think that we should be uniting and doing business with each other and also do business with, you know what I'm saying, other black people around the world. You know what I'm saying? And that would be where I draw the line.
Yeah, that's where I draw the line. See, we shouldn't be doing business with them. They should be doing business with us.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's the same. Doing business. Let's just say doing business. You know what I'm saying? Like, what I'm saying is, like,
but see, you gotta understand, they're the ones with the raw materials, not us.
Right. I think both need each other. But what I'm saying is, instead of saying like, oh well, I'll go to this Arab store with no problem, even though they have this energy for us, I would put black over anything before anything else. You know what I'm saying? Like, now if you have to go to another store, I'm not saying, oh, don't go to the store if you have to and there's no other choice.
To me, I don't see any scenario where you have to, except for laziness.
No.
When I was a kid, I God damn it, I walked. And I avoided certain stores if they pissed me off.
No, but I have to go to a white grocery store no matter what they do. You know what I'm saying? Like Kroger profiled me a whole lot, but I still go to Kroger. You know what I'm saying? But if I had an option of an African store or Kroger, what I'm saying is that the African store would come before Kroger. Now, even if you want to draw the line even more and say, well, I'm going to go to a black American store before a black any other thing, okay, fine. That's what you want to do. But what I'm saying is where I draw the line is like, yo, you do the black thing first. But in the situation of like a grocery store, it's hard to do that. You know what I'm saying?
No, I can understand that. I mean, if you look at it like this, if they Africans and them and others have what some might identify as a black business, you give them money, but they do nothing for you. How is that helping out black people? Hello? That's a hard question, huh? Hello?
Yo, my bad. I had to I missed what you said. My bad. I'm
No,
sorry.
I said if you go to an African or Caribbean owned store, you give them your money, but they do nothing for you, then, what is that doing for black people?
Well, that's the problem with black people. You know what I'm saying? We do that with ourselves. Like, that's the same thing when it comes to Black America. I see too many people. Like, I'm gonna be real, right? I was listening to an interview and it had Sean Garner's daughter. It was somebody's daughter. Her name was Emerald. And it's one of the brothers that got killed in 2014, by police violence. And she was like, yo, before this, I was working, just at the store. I didn't really care. But she was like, yo, it's not about black people justice and none of that. I just want justice for myself. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the issue. And the only way that we're going to be able to get to that point is if we stop having that mindset. But the problem is each culture have a problem with the other culture. But even in those cultures itself, like black people in America have problems with other black people in America. Like, we got problems with each other. Haiti, Africa, they have tribal wars all the time. We keep having tribal wars. But Europeans, and that's why I was like, yo, and that's a part of the lesson that I did earlier with the treaty that Europeans had. Yes, the British fought with the Dutch, they fought with the French, they fought with the Spanish and the Portuguese, but they was like, yo, we're fighting each other too much that we can't conquer their land. So let's put aside our differences. Now we see they still have fighting to this day, but it's
actually they were conquering land while they were fighting each other because the British, they would be taking it from the Dutch and the Spanish and stuff.
But that's the problem, though. They was fighting each other, and they was. Do you know that they didn't conquer most of the interior of Africa for a long time until after the Berlin Conference? You know what I'm saying?
But part of it was because of the Islamic North. That was part of it.
But the thing is, the Treaty of 1713, they was having a difficult time because there was so many rebellions, and some tribes was using the wars between the Dutch and the Spanish to get them to fight each other. And then they came to and that's why I said the Treaty of 1713, the Treaty of Utrecht. That was the first Berlin Conference where the British, and that's when they got Spanish Florida. And that's when the French was able to come and make New Orleans. They stopped fighting and they was able to build New Orleans and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But they still fought. The Europeans fight, but they had a treaty for enough time to where they could do this stuff.
I guess who was controlling these European countries?
No, not all of the Jews was competing with the rest of them.
If you do the research, you'll find out the reason for the exploration. Because of small hats.
Yeah, I showed that though. But what I'm saying is when the did you know that even though the Jewish people in New York was associated with Wall Street and there was a lot of the slave purchasers, did you know that the West India Company was trying to kick them out, and they was trying to ban the Jews from New York. For a time, the Dutch was trying to ban the Jews, but they had so much control in the West India Company that they allowed them to come to New York. You know what I'm saying? But the Dutch wanted them out. The French wanted them out. The British wanted them out. All of these European countries was trying to kick them out. But they was in it with the rest of them. The Jews came.
Where'd you learn that part? Where'd you learn that from?
Well, you don't. Well, I could show you. I showed it on the last one, I think on part 3, but I can't. I don't feel like pulling it out. I could show you on the next time, but
because when you really do the knowledge, you'll find out that they were in control before the colonial times.
Yo, so you telling me they didn't get kicked out of Spain, right? That didn't get kicked out of Spain.
Well, did they?
Yes, they did.
Then how come?
That's how they ended up in a lot of those places like Portugal and the Netherlands and stuff. And it was that's how they got.
Well, there's one thing that about European history they don't tell you. You got to research this on your own. But part of Spain's empire was in Europe too, and they ruled the Netherlands and Italy.
If you look it up, bro, I'm telling you, the Dutch was trying to expel them because they was doing the same thing like they do in America. That's the issue. They keep trying to take over places, and then all these other
they not keep trying to do nothing they already did.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's why they didn't get kicked out of the Dutch, and then they went back to the whatchamacallit. But yo, the French did what they did. It wasn't the Jews, like, you know what I'm saying. The Irish did what they did. It wasn't because they was Jews, you know what I'm saying. They was white people like the rest of the white people. Not all Spanish people was the Jews who was involved in it. The British wasn't. No.
But they have all these synagogues in Latin America.
Yeah, they was a part. Like, yo, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, yo, the first Jews that was like in Portugal to get to Brazil, a lot of them was the Jewish people. You know what I'm saying? A lot, like half the island was Jewish, Portuguese Jews, and then for a while the Dutch took over British in the like 1600s or whatever. You know what I'm saying? For just a little bit of time before the Portuguese took it over. But the irony is, like, yo, a lot of them was Jews coming from the Dutch. But not all of the Dutch was Jews, you know what I'm saying? There was Dutch people that was not Jews, you know what I'm saying? There was British people who was not Jews, you know what I'm saying? And they was competing with each other.
You know why? See what they do such a smooth thing. They use other people to fight other people for the Jews. That's why. In other words, let's say the U.S. Army, the British Army, they'll control them, and they do what the Jews want them to do. So they don't have to get their hands dirty because they control the money.
I don't know. I think what they do is like they hide what they do inside of another culture. Like we would say the Portuguese, but we won't think about Jewish people being Portuguese, or they would be like the Dutch, and we wouldn't think about the Dutch being Jews. You know what I'm saying? That's how I think they hide their hand. You know?
Yeah, that's part of it too. And quiet as it's kept, there are a lot of Iranian Jews out here that they don't like telling you about.
Yeah, and it's funny. I heard that term, like I literally heard that term like an hour before I came on here. Iranian Jews, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. They wasn't alone though. Other groups was competing. The Germanic tribe was competing. The British was not all Jews. The Jews did help them. They was one of the ones that helped them get credit, which expanded, you know what I'm saying, the ability to buy and sell humans and shit.
Of course, the Rothschilds, and then they even had Benjamin Disraeli as a prime minister back in the day.
Yeah, but not all of them, but not everybody was a Jew. The Irish had their part. Like the Irish was the poor people who was doing all the massacres. You know what I'm saying? The French did certain things, but the French wasn't generally the Jews though. But there was Jewish French people.
Right. See, that wouldn't work too well. See, here's the slick thing that they did. So they saw Islam, they saw Christianity conquer in the name of Islam and Christianity. So they realized that's not the good way to do things. Just play it back, let everybody else think that they're in control. That is, those people themselves are in control. Well, they run everything.
But that's why I call them shysters too, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I can't knock it. The plan is brilliant, and the plan continues to work.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I call it out. But I'm not gonna act like other groups like wasn't compete. It was a competition to enslave and take land. You know what I'm saying? Other groups was involved. It wasn't all the Jews. You know what I'm saying? They was competition. You could say they won the competition. I think, you know, like a lot of us are speaking English. You know what I'm saying? Like I think the British had a good, you know what I'm saying, role. But a lot of people were speaking French too. It was a competition, and different groups got different people. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all it was.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
But the commonality are the Jews covering all bases, though. That's the commonality.
That is true. Jews was a part of every culture, and they hide themselves in every culture. And yes, I would say that. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I call them out all the time. And people were scared to say that. There was Jews in the French, and they was a part of that, but it wasn't all Jews. But it was Jews in that, Jews in the in every single group.
I think the current president of France is Jewish. Just like that other one, Sarkozy, he was Jewish.
But that's why they keep getting kicked out of places too, though. You know what I'm saying? Because like like the people who are there, like yo.
But see, that's one of the stories that people tell. But yet, if they got kicked out of every place, how come they're in every place and they control every place?
I don't know. I don't know.
Somebody's lying. That's why.
I don't know if they can control every place.
No, they do. You see, and the key thing that in case you weren't paying attention, when the Ukraine and Russia war started, they used their economy of all the countries together to stop Russia or to hurt Russia.
Yeah.
And what did they say on the news? They said their Western economy, controlled by the Jews, they didn't say that on the news, is 48% of the world's economy.
Yo, and that's what they use as to their advantage. You know what I'm saying? They don't control everything. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they control the most destructive weapons, you know what I'm saying? But they have weapons of their own, and they use the economy.
Well, they created them,
yeah, I mean, you know, but it's stuff being created every day, and I don't think they created everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna give them credit for everything. You know what I'm saying? They didn't create everything. They created the hydrogen, you know, like with the stuff with you know, Einstein, that they give him credit for. You know what I'm saying? But
because they were on a mission to take over.
Yeah, they had that whole plan, you know what I'm saying, when they came to America after World War II, when they was creating weapons. But I also think other white groups, you know what I'm saying, use those weapons themselves, you know what I'm saying. I don't think all people who have that capability, and I know that especially today with modern science, that's why we last on that list, you know what I'm saying. With modern science, people can experiment and create all kinds of things. They don't necessarily need the Jews, but what they, like you said, what they do have to their advantage is controlling economies. You know what I'm saying? Like they lent a lot of money to all of these countries too. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I said the West India Company was financed by Jewish people. You know what I'm saying? And I know you think slave ships ain't real, but that would kind of defeat that whole point. You know what I'm saying? Because they was responsible for finances a lot of these countries' involvement in the slave trade. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but see, the more economical way to get slaves is to invade all these new countries and enslave the people right there, instead of wasting your time shipping people from Africa.
But the problem is, though, is like you need certain resources from certain places. Like you telling me that the cotton and whatchamacallit, you need people. I don't care where they're from. You're going to need people who can survive. And those Chinese looking people is not going to be able to survive picking the thing. That's what it was about. You know what I'm saying? Like you're going to have to go there to pick the cotton.
But if they're not able to survive, how come they're able to survive now and work today?
To out there picking it, nobody is doing stuff.
No, I'm talking about they're doing construction, cleaning bathrooms.
Well, nobody is living the kind of life as slavery, as chattel slavery in 1800s. You know what I'm saying? Nobody is doing that where people work until they die. You know what I'm saying? Like we died in our 40s and 50s. You know what I'm saying? Because you just died of exhaustion. But like, yo, you being out there all day long, there's no such thing as sunscreen. That's why they tried with white people, but the white people died. They tried with Indians, but the Indians wasn't surviving, and also with the diseases that they was giving them. You know,
but that's how the story goes, but that's not where the evidence shows.
It doesn't show that diseases played a part.
No,
it
shows that they chose black people specifically. And,
why?
And part of the reason is because we were the Native Americans that were here when they can't land it on these shores. That's why.
So you're okay, but you recognize there was Native Americans here already, right?
Okay.
So why wouldn't they just make everybody work? They tried that, right?
Again, black people were on the East Coast primarily, and the Mongol styles were on the West. Even though there was some black on the West too, though, black all over.
So there was no like Asian looking one.
No, I didn't say that. No, on the East Coast, probably.
But there was. They literally was like they was distinguishing black people and the Chinese looking ones. They literally made laws about the mongrels where they was trying to give them a pass, like the red man. We can, like that's why they give credit to Thomas Jefferson for saying the stuff they said about. Because they try to act like he was an abolitionist, but he was like, yo, the red man. He was talking about the Asian Indian looking ones on the East Coast. They was on the East Coast, bro. I'm not even saying that it wasn't black people in America first, but what I'm saying is like they tried to enslave everybody, and everybody could not survive enslavement.
Okay, so see that story never made sense to me even as a child. I'm like, okay, you try to enslave people. The story I got was that the Mongols got killed off by disease and hard work and the sun. They couldn't handle it, but yet they can handle building the architecture of the Americas. I know some people might argue with me, but let's just say for short, they can handle doing all that though, right?
Building the architecture. What are you talking about?
Pyramids and all that kind of stuff. I know some people might say, "Oh shit."
Oh yeah, I don't get into the ancient stuff. I don't know enough about the ancient stuff.
But building whatever was here before the white man got here.
Yo,
see, that's why it doesn't make sense. But then
there's a difference between building some stuff and like being in slavery, bro. Like picking cotton in the sun all day, and then when the cold, you barely get shoes to like walk and whatever. Like,
oh, I'm glad you mentioned the cold, because if we were supposed to be built for the sun, then what happened when it got cold?
What do you mean?
How did we endure that?
Well, you don't
we were built for the sun.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, yo, what is like we don't? It's not like we're gonna die if it's not 70 degrees outside.
Okay,
bro.
like the last couple of weeks ago, or so, we're talking 20s, sometimes sub-zero temperatures, or sub-20s temperatures, and you're talking the 1800s,
right,
1700s, and we're supposed to be from Africa to be able to work in a hot sun. But see, there's also an extremely cold winter. So how the hell we survive that too?
Well, number one, the life expectancy of people was like very, very short. Number two, they had to create laws because so many people was dying. You know what I'm saying? Like the Code Noir included laws where you had to clothe and slave, and that was just in French. You know what I'm saying? That's just the one I'm talking about because that was on what I was just talking about earlier. But they had to include laws where they had to clothe and feed the people. They had to include laws where they had to give them a pair of shoes every year. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like you don't think that they didn't do it. Even if you think that there was the Native Americans being enslaved, you don't think that they, like, why would you buy a bunch of clothes? Like, you're going to have them in ragtag stuff, bro. Like yo, people.
Well, that's how they always showed them on TV. That's
so
why
you think
we
they
got
had
that in
them
our mind.
So what you think they had them in suits? That doesn't make sense economically.
Well, they showed that on TV too,
bro. What, slaves in suits?
Yep.
What TV show showed that?
Roots showed it.
Roots ain't show nobody in no damn suit.
Yes, they did. And
I don't know. I don't remember that part.
What's that other guy? Winthrop, Solomon Winthrop.
Solomon Winthrop. Oh yeah, 12 years a slave.
Yep.
He wasn't in the suit while he was a slave.
Well, he was in a suit. He became a slave.
He was so slaves wore suits. Is what you're telling me?
No, I'm not saying as
because that was the point.
But
you're saying,
but you trying to make it seem
like
they didn't wear suits. They did wear suits at times.
No, the point was
they didn't walk around in rags. That's what I'm trying to say.
Slaves didn't walk around in rags.
No, why would they? Why would you do that?
So slaves walk around in suits, is what you're saying. Because if you like, bro, think about it, bro. Like,
about it. Think about warehouse.
If you were trying to make money, why are you going to spend so much money on clothing all of these people?
In the grand scheme of things, clothes don't cost shit, especially when they're fucking dealing in cotton. I mean, come on.
So they turning the cotton into clothes.
What else are they doing with cotton?
They're shipping it off, making money. What are you talking about?
What are they doing with the cotton?
Huh? So you telling me because they're slave owners, they know how to make it. So they got slaves out there in tailor-made suits, is what you're telling me. Like,
see, you're saying suits. I said clothes. It doesn't.
Yeah, they had clothes. They had clothes. I'm not saying rags like like a whole like yo.
But I mean that's the image that they like to show a lot.
But rags, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like yo, you're gonna have like some of the old clothes that you have. Like in your house, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm pretty sure that you have some clothes, like a pair of pants or something that you wear that you've been comfortable with for a long time.
I don't donate them to the Goodwill.
Oh, okay, I do. I'm not gonna lie about that. You know what I'm saying? You know, but they're not gonna give them like fresh clothes like every year. They had to require them to give them like shoes so they get the holes in them.
They gotta give them something,
right? They was required to.
Because I mean,
so
slave and no slave out there, why are you gonna be like, man, fuck this?
So and if you're a business owner, are you gonna give an old and sick person who is not gonna be able to make you no money? Are you gonna like invest in that person? Are you gonna put money in that?
See, but yeah, like they buying them a wardrobe. They ain't buying them a wardrobe.
But okay, so if you wear the same clothes every day, what's going to happen to it?
How about you got 5 outfits for a year? How about that?
So they bought all their slaves 5 outfits.
But see, you say bought. See, you gotta keep in mind back then. They can make them.
So the chick in the place made every slave 5 outfits every year, shoes and all.
That's a small thing. That's a small investment.
Okay.
I mean, I just saw a video.
But it's okay. But even if you say that, do you not have to buy the fabric to make the stuff?
Like I said, they're dealing in cotton. That's the fabric.
So their clothes is just made out of cotton.
Aren't yours?
No, I'm saying they making the clothes they getting the cotton from the cotton field, and then they got whatever it takes to make it into a shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like they make flags. I mean, I was just watching this show today. They're talking about automated robots in fast food restaurants dealing with the fries while the workers do everything else. And that looks like one step next to putting fast food workers out of a job. So that's what they do. You know, if they could find something to do the job cheap, that's where they go.
Right. Yeah. Of course, you're going to do it cheap. And when you get cheap things, what happens to cheap things, bro? You're just going to be like, you're going to get the ragtag stuff, right?
See Shanique Ford, she's repeating a lot of the things that the so-called master teachers have told us, but when you really think about it, they don't make sense.
What doesn't make sense, bro?
Like what she said in there, slaves were treated severely, inhumanely. Why would the slave owners give them anything? They were raping, murdering, abusing, physically, sexually, and any other way. So that's what we all got taught.
So there was not. So hold on, are you saying they was not raping people?
I didn't say that, but I'm just saying that's
they was not treating people inhumane. You just said she just taught her what people say. I'm gonna ask you, they didn't treat slaves inhumanely, is what you're saying?
Well, being a slave is inhumane.
Okay, so what? So how was she being taught? Was the white man told her?
I'll talk about because that's what she's repeating. That's what I'm trying to say.
But so is that true or not?
We don't know the particulars. We just know what they tell us.
You just said
we presume it because
you just said a particular.
But we presume everything is so horrible, like the I forgot what they call it when they get the guys to breed in breeding farms or something like that. We hear about these things, but when you think about it, do they really make sense?
Does a breeding farm make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
If that was the case, why were they selling slaves then?
Why was they selling slaves?
Yeah.
Bro, that's like having a litter of puppies and you sell the puppies. Like, people literally get dogs to sell dogs. It's the same difference.
I like what you just said. I like that. You got a litter of dogs, so you sell the puppies, right? To make money, right?
Right.
But see, if you're using those puppies as slaves, then you got a breeding farm. Now you got new workers. So what are you selling them for?
To make money, bro.
What do you need? What do you need to sell them for?
To make money. What are you talking about?
If you need slaves, what do you need to sell them for?
Well, first of all, I think you think breeding farms was like the same thing as cotton. There was different kind of so there was sugar plantations, which was different. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
my man's comment in the chat, right?
I can't see the comments.
He says slave puppy. Matter of fact, you want to be funny, people do use their dogs as slaves. If you want to be funny.
No, but I'm saying, bro, that makes sense. And it's not, and to have a person who knows freedom, who keep fighting, it's easier to indoctrinate a child. You know what I'm saying? It's very easy to indoctrinate a child as opposed to a grown man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So of course you're going to do that and grow and teach them to and then of course I'm going to sell them so I can make money. You know what I'm saying? It's a business, you know what I'm saying? It's a sick business, but it's a business. It's just like people do that with animals today. You know what I'm saying? They seen us as animals.
Right. But see, and you also have to keep them alive. So they fed them. Now I know the stories are they fed them scraps, crap.
We still eat chitlins today. I keep arguing with Bakari about chitlins today, bro. Like chitlins, though.
Yeah, and I find it hard to believe. I know some people are gonna say, "Oh my God, what is this guy on?" But I find it hard to believe that slaves that you need to stay alive to work, that you're gonna feed them some absolute scraps that don't include much protein, because you don't work, you need protein.
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't they get the meat?
Well, they would get pigs and stuff. I mean, yeah, you would give them pigs and stuff like that.
They said they wouldn't even get the meat, so that's why they had to work with the skin and the snout and the brains and all
No,
that stuff.
I think black people just eat everything. Like, they just used it because, you know what I'm saying? Like, but you're not going to spend like too much money on, like, it's just like any business. It's how it works. You're not going to, like, you're going to spend as little money as you possibly can.
I
And
put it like
sometimes
this.
when you're hungry, you just got to eat.
Put it like this: if you're a slave working hard, and then you smell the food that they're making for themselves, and you're like, "God damn, that shit smell good," and then you never get to taste it. They say, "Here, here's some skin, here's some intestines. Work something out with that shit." You gotta be like, man, motherfuck this. I'm gonna risk my life to get some food, because when that hunger sets in,
You would
it's
think
like,
that, but
well,
yeah, because they just like, what's the difference between that and the Kyrie Irving thing? Like, he could do his own thing right now. Like, but they have their own thing where they're making billions of dollars, but we'd be quick to go to their stuff today, still right now, won't we? You know what I'm saying? Like, I get what you're saying about like, the food thing, and let's not act like people didn't like fight back and stuff like that. But like, people are like, enslaved, bro. Like, like, you enslaved, bro. Like, we still do the same thing today. Like, we still go to their stuff. If you invest in your own stuff, you will have it. You know what I'm saying? But you don't do that today, do you?
I mean, you look at prison. I mean, yeah, they might give them the worst cuts, the worst quality meats, but they still got to keep them alive. And you trying to tell me that slaves got worse food than prison food?
I mean, you think, so prison food is good?
No, I'm just saying. You think slaves got food that's worse than prison food? Because that's what everybody says.
I was gonna get into this later, but and I don't really like it though. But black people used to have this thing called corn shuckings and stuff like that, where they used to try to make stuff like that a delicacy. Like, if you did that, like a training process, like if I give you a treat, something that tastes good if you are loyal, you know what I'm saying? Like, and black people used to have like corn shuckings and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Where they got like quote unquote good food, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I mean, let's be real though. It was like 1800, like nobody was really eating like good food. Like,
people were eating some good food back in the 1800s.
All right, I mean,
a lot of the foods that we wear today. Shit, that's what they were eating back then. Macaroni and cheese, turkeys, pies, cakes, all types of shit.
Yeah, I don't know about the history of food, but I don't know. But yeah, they're like, that's a thing. Like, just like, like you get a treat for like snitching on somebody, you will get some cake if you snitch on somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's no different.
That might work because cake is supposed to be a luxury food back then,
right? Treat. But that's the point. Why would you give slaves cake? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
you're
cake,
going to give them what they. But if you let them slaughter a pig, you be like, fine. You're going to do the thing that costs the least amount of money, though. You know what I'm saying? If you're a business owner, because that's how they quote unquote saw it, as a business owner, even though these was people.
But you got to keep them alive. It's like when you see people in Africa and other parts of the world where they like, these people are hungry. What's the first thing that they ship them? Rice and beans. Why? Because it tastes good. It's cheap. It's a lot. And it has protein.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but hardcore, that's the thing, because my brother Bakari on here now. But I still, and my dad eat chitlins and stuff like we see the effects of this stuff. Like, we still eating the damn chitlins today, man. Bakari is getting mad if I say something about it.
I say you eat chitlins too. I say everybody who eat Italian sausage, that damn line, any sausage, the bratwurst, any of those sausages, the lining is the chitlin. But you only talk about the way black folk eat it. Oh, y'all eat it. You eat it too. The lining that wraps the sausage is a damn chitlin. But if you can't throw away the way Italians eat it, why do black people got to throw it away the way they eat it?
And you trying to tell me we ain't get the worst food, Hardcore? What are you talking about? This man sitting here talking about some chitlins right now. And
Yes,
this is effective this stuff.
Forecast, do you eat Italian sausage?
Yeah.
Watch this. Do you? Does it have lining on it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know because when I cook it, I ain't gotta run out the house. I ain't gotta be like, oh, get away from the house when I cook it.
Guess what? It don't make a difference. The point I'm making is you still eating chitlins. I don't eat chitlins. I did eat them. I don't eat pork. But what I'm saying is you still eating chitlins. I have no idea why that's so hard. Look up the lining that the sausage is in. It's the intestine. Matter of fact, I'm gonna say it again. It's the inside of the chitlin that black people said was not edible. They threw it away. Black people ain't the only people that ate chitlin. You think
so you take a sausage and only eat the lining, Bakari?
Forecast, but you still eating the chitlin. I didn't say you only eat the lining, so it's okay because you done mix some sausage with your chitlin. That's okay because you mix. I'm just saying you still eat chitlin. That's all I'm saying. And you have been talking this crazy dude talking about some black folks wasn't eating like that, and they had on suits and during slavery. Like, where do they come up with this? Man, look, people get
Washington.
Facts to me, facts. I don't know why they promote that kind of stuff.
Booker T. Washington was not a slave when he put on his suit. But since you mentioned Booker T. Washington, when you read his book Up From Slavery, he sure talk about how his ancestors in the slave shacks was talking about how bad the trip was from Africa to America, though, when you read his book Up From Slavery. Since you mentioned him, and you since you mentioned him.
Oh, well, maybe he did come from Africa because he was around in recent times. So
since you mentioned him, but if we can't find the slave ship that his ancestors came on, that means Booker T. Washington was lying. I'm just saying.
Maybe, matter of fact, maybe I might check that book out.
Yeah, you might want to read Up From Slavery.
Let me write that down.
Hey, all right, so yo, because I already made Hardcore admit it, because like, and since you on here, I'm gonna be real quick, because Hardcore got a point too, you know what I'm saying, like with the African thing, he already admitted, you know, he not Native American, he black. So Bakari, now is the time with you, you know what I'm saying, black, my brother, you know what I'm saying, like yo, like we not Berbers, we not like what's some things called Boers. We not none of that stuff. We black, right, Bakari?
Yeah, we African. I ain't never claimed to be none of that shit.
No. Cause he was like Native American, right? We gonna meet halfway here.
I guess I'm not a Native American. I was born here.
I know. I'm saying I'm saying he said because he admit that he gotta put black in front of Native American. So would you have to put black, like you saying, I'm trying to get you to admit that you would have to put black in front of African?
No, I don't have to put black in front of African.
You do have to put black in front of African.
No, I don't. No, black and African is synonymous. Those other people that went to Africa is not African.
So are you with the Arabs that's in like Egypt, you know, that's African?
They wouldn't
over the black Native Americans.
They won't say they're African. They won't say they're African. They say they're Egyptian.
I mean, what's that? Charisse Theron, whatever her name is. She say she African.
Who?
And she's that white actress bitch. You know what I'm saying? That was born in Africa. She's African.
No, she's not. She might, even if she said it, she's not. Black and African is synonymous because that's where black people come from.
Yo, Hardcore.
I don't have to put black in front of Africa.
A lot of white people would disagree with you on that.
Okay, a lot of white people disagree with you saying, well, shit, if anybody with sense gonna disagree with you saying, y'all were the natives. There's a lot of white people that will say, shit, they were the first people here. Well, in actuality, they were. Came over here with the damn Asian through the band straight.
White people, they love saying that Berbers were white.
I don't care what a Berber was.
You should.
Why?
Because they interacted with ancient Egypt. That's why.
Hey, but one, there's a lot of other things to eat on a pig before the chillings, though. So I eat something else first.
I don't know what it could be. If all the meat is gone, I don't know what the hell else is left besides some skins.
He's talking about me. He's talking about me. But go ahead, yeah. My bad, y'all. Go ahead.
Chitlins was good, and if I ate pork, I eat it now. See the thing about me, I ain't ashamed to talk about. Well, hey, it don't bother me. Pork ass eat the Italian chitlins and try to make like it's a difference. And try to make like it's a difference. That Italian is a little different.
Hey, Hardcore, they say I eat white people chitlins. So.
Bakari, I gotta bet he does have a point. He has a point, though.
You don't eat the British chitlins, folks.
Nah, you eat that too. You eat it too, Hardcore. Don't try to act like
Nah. I haven't eaten chitlins since I was 10 years old. My mother forced that on me.
No, sausage. You eat sausage.
Yeah, the sausage is the casing is a chitlin though.
Yeah, I never ate chitlins in my life before.
Yes, you have. Every time you eat that sausage,
I never ate it. I smelt it. I smelt it when my dad was cooking it, and I was good on it.
Every time you eat a sausage in a casing, you eat chitlin.
Yep. Once I found out that's what that was, even on those fancy deli hot dogs.
Yes, the casing is chitlin. Now you can try to deny it because you ready to make you an attack. You want to make one now.
No. See what you keep trying to do is be like, yo, the casing was this, as if like you just scraping off the edges off of it and eating only the casings. Like if it's the casing, you ate only the casing. This is why black people need chemistry. If you take hydrogen and oxygen and put it together, you don't got hydrogen and oxygen anymore. You got water.
Okay, do you eat beef stew?
Not as much. I probably should because I think it's healthy, right?
But do you eat beef stew though?
No, I haven't. No.
You ain't never had beef stew.
I never had it. No, I'm gonna be real.
You ain't never had no kind of stew, no kind of soup.
I had soup before. Yes, I had soup before.
You never had no kind of stew in a pot.
Yeah, I had. Yes, I had that before. Yeah.
So all you ate was the meat. So when people eat beef stew, they don't just
eat the meat. I do pick stuff out. That's my.
So you don't eat the carrots, the celery, the onion. You just
don't even put carrots in my stuff. I ain't gonna lie. I never had carrots in mine.
You don't eat the potatoes in it, so you just eat the meat.
No, I eat certain things, but certain things I don't eat.
Okay, I know. Just one thing you do eat is chitlin, but you don't want to admit.
Anyway, I had y'all fighting on the African and Native American thing. Y'all can get back to that. You know.
Forecast, it's okay to eat the chitlin, man. Once you know it was a survival food, and it turned out that black people could cook so good. Why do you think chitlins went up so high? Way more than black people is eating chitlins. Way more. That's why they eat
chitlins. Nah, I disagree with that. I think that your generation may still eat chitlins a lot. Y'all probably might buy it more. I don't think the young generation eat no damn chitlins.
Way more than black people eat chitlins. Everybody,
that's on them. They can eat whatever they want. Young black people is not eating no damn chitlins, bro.
That is not true.
Yo, put it this way. Yo,
I admit I never saw anybody else eat chitlins but black people. I gotta admit that.
Yeah. But that's the point, though, Hardcore, because you know why? That was a different. They was treated differently. They didn't give them the best foods like they was eating. They didn't give them the best clothes like they had.
You know why they gave it to them?
Because that was cheap.
We gonna give them the worst because they knew it was a survival food. Study when they was going through their famine over there, and see they especially the British, they ate chitlin jerky.
Let's see how much chitlins are going for.
These people still eat chitlins. I don't know. I just know somebody was telling me the price went up because they still eat. I'm like, I don't eat no chitlins no more because I don't eat pork.
But anyway, yo, Hardcore, you ran all the way away from the Native American question here. You know what I'm saying? And Bakari ran all the way away from that African question. You know what I'm saying? Because he claimed the Boers and the Arabs and all of that stuff before black.
How would I claim a Boer is black? Boer
and they're African. You claim African before black.
Africana. They don't even call themselves
Africana. What the hell is that?
They say they're Africana. They don't even say they're African. They say they're Africana.
But you know what they can't say? That they're black. But we can say that. But you won't do that.
Damn, Walmart sell chitlins, huh?
Yeah, I believe it. They probably will.
Let's see what the price is. Oh, it's only $13.94 for 10 pounds. So that's
you saying only $13.94?
Only 13, right?
You got $3, $4.
Oh, they do.
Yo, when chilling's $13, you know, is a problem in the world. You better get your stuff together. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn.
Or stop eating them.
During the hunt, you can eat squirrel, coon, deer.
Yeah, you can eat a deer. I had goat before, but like I ain't getting no damn chillin'. I ain't eating the intestines of a goat either. Or
Wait a minute, you remember that fat white boy used to be on he had that Zimmerman dude.
Who?
Zimmerman you ever heard him used to be on that eating show, just travel around the world eating any damn thing.
I know the show you're talking about. I never watched it.
Anyway, you should find the one where he went to Minnesota and went to the Cherokee tribe. You know, Alquan people, when they eat the goat chitlins, right? I call them because they ain't numbered the intestines, right? And they eat the goat chitlins, right? Boy, they leave them Cherokees leave a couple pieces of dookie in there because they say it make it flavor.
That's disgusting.
Yo, and you know that guy was Jewish. He's eating all that damn pork all that time.
Oh.
Yo, in Buwana, I stopped eating the McDonald's a long time ago when I was talking to a girl that worked there, and she told me what they did with the food. It was like, even whatever it was made out of, they literally take the stuff from like under the oven. If it falls on the floor, they put it back in the thing. You know what I'm saying? Or if they don't like you, they'll put something from like under the oven type stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like
you wouldn't eat in no restaurant if you ever worked in it. You really wouldn't eat in no restaurant, man. You need to stop asking people what they do in the kitchen. Because your woman gonna ask you to go out to dinner, you're gonna be like, no.
Yeah, matter of fact, there's a bunch of video. Look on YouTube when you get off. There's a whole bunch of videos about health code violations at restaurants, and I don't mess with. That's why I don't eat at no place that's attached to like a strip mall type of place or a building, apartment building.
Did you see that that white girl get that hot dog and put it in her coochie and put it on that bun, and when it served that dude, she got caught though.
Yeah. He was eating chillins too, huh?
He was eating.
Those are disgusting people that do that kind of thing.
Yeah, man. You want to, man. I'm telling you, every restaurant gonna have roaches. Every restaurant got a rat. People don't care how fancy it is. Oh, this is a 5-star, whatever the hell they call them. It don't make a difference. So much food back there, they have roaches and rats.
But Carl, you're right. That's why I swear to you, that's why I never, ever eat in Manhattan. Because most of the restaurants are attached to a building, and they're attached to alleys, and rats gotta get into these places.
Yep. But that don't mean they are nasty and the kitchen ain't clean and they ain't taking care of their stuff. The point is just so much food back there. And then when they take the food, when they throw the food out, the dumpster ain't all it's supposed to be a certain spot from the restaurant, but it ain't always that distance from the restaurant. Then when you go, like you ever went to a restaurant and you walking up, you can just smell it like it stank. Yep. And people, that's not the food though. That's not the restaurant.
And you notice most fast food places, you notice how they keep the I don't know if you ever noticed it, but you notice how they keep the the trash, the dumpster away from the actual building.
They supposed to. All of them supposed to. It's supposed to be like downwind.
Oh, okay.
Yo,
yeah,
hey, let me say this real quick, yo. Hardcore, like, because you just said something that made me think about it, right? And I get it, right? New York and all of that, right? So, like, did you ever think about the fact that the New York area skews your opinion about all of this stuff, especially with race, but like just in general? Like, you do know, like, stuff in New York is only New York, and like the rest of the world is not like impressed, right?
Like what? Like what are you talking about in particular?
I mean, it could be anything. Like your music is easier because like a lot of people in New York think Dipset is global, but they're New York. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they were at one time global.
They was New York all the time. The whole time it was just New York.
No, they weren't.
It was New York all the time. Yo, Bakari, was Dipset New York or global?
Yeah, they were more like regional.
They was New York. They was New York. See, New York people think that their stuff is global when it's regional. You know what
It
I'm saying?
is.
No,
You know how you know? Because they got played on BET.
The Hot 97 and stuff like that, right? Yeah, they got played on Hot 97.
Hot 97 is on YouTube. That's a big thing. Breakfast Club on Power 105.
This is a problem with New York because you think that your relationship with Black people in New York is representative of a global thing, and that's not the way it is. Because in New York is its own thing, bro. I had a roommate that was from New York, and it's nothing but respect. You know what I'm saying for that and my brother and the whole thing. But what Black or people from New York don't realize is like New York is just New York. You know what I'm saying? It's not global.
Let me tell you what New York is. It's the nation's premier city.
No, it's not. It's New York. It's all it is.
Oh, you saying this ain't the #1 city?
I'm saying that, yes.
Why not?
Well, first of all, I would say Virginia because well, #1, I wouldn't say any of these cities. But if I had to be like a European city is #1, Virginia is the first state. You know what I'm saying? California is probably better.
City.
Well, Richmond is probably the best city because it has like the most history.
That's what we're talking about. Extreme bias right there.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you about New York people. New York people. Yo, Bakari, do you understand what I'm saying?
Hell yeah, they think because they from everything is, man, no, man. Even when you listen to their rap music, right? Especially when I was coming, I'm like, what the fuck is he talking? Oh, that's New York, man. That's what we saying.
Well, first of all, it's not our rap music. It is rap music.
I'm not from New York. I have no idea what he's talking about. Something to Willie Bobo. What the fuck is Willie Bobo? I ain't from New York.
Yo, when something drops on Hot 97, only people in New York hear it. Everybody doesn't hear it. You know that.
Well,
right?
They can hear it online and
we hear it today. Like we hear a fabulous freestyle from 2007 today from New York. Y'all heard it in 2007, but it was only New York.
Yeah. When they have them in the studio, they call in. But other than that, truth be told, you got a lot of Hot 97s or Hot 9 something all around the country, and they really play all the same stuff now.
But I get this New York. But when I go back and listen, the New York rapper sold out. That's the rap that New York was doing, that they were doing on the East Coast. That's the rap music that should have continued. But they wanted bigger checks, so they sold out to that fake gangster shit too. But what they
California dudes, like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they started copying California. Yeah, even though they would say they're not trying to be like California.
Right. Oh, New York. They got their fitters on in every city talking about something. Yeah, son. Like, yo, that's why they get like ran up in every city. You know?
Nah. Matter of fact, I was looking at Bakari might know these people, the Friends of Distinction. You heard of them? I didn't know who they were either. I know my sisters growing up, they kept playing this song, Going in Circles. Never knew who the hell that was.
You got me going in circles. I know that song.
Yeah, that's them. And they're from Los Angeles. And they had that other song called Love or Let Me Be Lonely. I know you heard that one, right?
No, I know the other one. I don't know that one.
you know that one. But see, now you talk about people selling.
I'm not a big, I listen to music sometimes. I'm not a big music person like that.
Oh, okay. Well, you can look at it on YouTube, see it sounded soulful, but the hook got that white style hook for white people. So you talk about selling out. See, that's what they do. They make that, they don't like making that hardcore soul. Hardcore black stuff.
But I was talking, see, but at the time we were beating up New York and you trying to switch it up. I'm just talking about New York. We just talking about how New York rappers sold out. That's what I'm talking about, how they sold out. They did. If you go back and listen to what they was talking about, but see the reason they had to sell out because of what Forecast talking about, and the people from New York, their arrogance and their ego. And if you wasn't from the East Coast, man, in New York, but if you wasn't from the East Coast,
Lord forbid you down south.
Now you know
they didn't want to deal with nobody else.
Listen, I'm be honest with you, and I know you ain't gonna believe what I'm about to say. But I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not about where you're from. It's about the fact that people weren't coming with it. That's what it's about. You know.
You're saying only people from New York was coming with it then?
No, there's exceptions to every rule, but I'm saying,
and there's no disrespect. I'm a fan of the lyrical thing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my favorite kind. But the South do be kind of kicking y'all ass and just write out music. You know?
Well, I like Southern rappers. There are a lot of people who say that some of them corny. I say that half are corny or one-hit wonders, and then others were serious, though. I mean, anybody who says that no Southern rapper came with it, they're lying. They're lying to you, flat out. Now when it comes to like 3 6 Mafia, people trying to say that they were the real deal, I can't agree with that because
I would listen to a 3 6 Mafia CD before I would a Dipset CD.
I ain't gonna lie. When the Dipset was out, I had to force myself to like them because I thought that this shit was too slow.
I'm gonna tell you something, though, right? I say regional, but I'm gonna tell you something. I like Dipset, Juelz Santana, Cameron, Jim Jones, but I like Dipset. I can't even tell you no lie. Like I didn't like Dipset. Somebody else just put in the trash, but the Dipset was but I seem like I'm the only person that's speaking up for Juelz Santana, Cameron, and Jim Jones.
Yeah,
but,
I used to like J.R. Ryder. He was like a bootleg. You know what I'm saying, hardcore. He was like a.
Let me tell you the Southern rappers I like the most. Practically everybody in the Cash Money in their heyday with the Hot Boys and all that kind of stuff.
I ain't like Juvenile, yo.
Oh, so you didn't like how? You didn't like how that you came to know?
Juvenile he had the flow, he had the style. I think he gave the rest of them their style.
Nah, his hook was fire, but the verses was like, that's not my speed.
You know, I didn't like it until I was watching the first 48 or some show that took place in New Orleans. And you know what? The black guy, he kept talking. He every time he was saying something, he was like, you know how we do, huh? Not me and huh? I said, oh shit, they really talk like that. That's why he made that song like that.
But you know how long that song had been out before? Like how many? They released that song like 5 years in a row. Like I was listening. My homeboy used to tell me, like these people gonna be hot. Like who? And I was listening to that music about 4 or 5 years before my homeboys, one of my homeboys from New Orleans. This when I was living in Texas in his military. He was like, yeah, listen to it, man. You don't worry about it. You're gonna hear about them. They're gonna have some new shit coming out. Then he bring that new shit. The new shit was just the same song. Then he'll bring that new shit. They just kept releasing the same music till it caught on. Same.
I ain't gonna lie, my boy had to put me on to that shit. But once I got on, I got hooked though. I ain't gonna tell you no lie.
But you want me to tell y'all a trick though, but nobody ever paid it attention? Yo, Virginia had both the South and the North. We had the South flow, the swag with the North lyrics, you know what I'm saying? But nobody ever paid Virginia no attention, you know what I'm saying?
Y'all people in Virginia confused though.
We the top of the North, you know what I'm saying? The first place, you know what I'm saying? Here, you know what I'm saying?
But Shanika, you right. New York got their own swag, and they think everybody else want to be like them.
Well, that is true. That is true, though.
That is not true at all, bro. It's not true at all.
Let me tell you why.
Nobody in New York.
Let me tell you why it's true. Let me tell you why it's true. Because New York is the #1 city in the country. It's just like when you are in another country or somebody comes from another country here, you're proud to say, I'm an American, the #1 in the world. It's the same thing.
No, it's not. It's not at all. Nobody in the world be like, yo, I wish I was from New York, except for people from New York. And they be down here, like they stand. That's why they.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, folks. My bad. Go ahead. The best thing about New York was their women. I'm a country dude from Mississippi, and New York women loved me. I'm saying they loved me. My wife, my kids' mother, my late wife, she was from Brooklyn. But while I was in the military, before I ever knew she existed, them women from the East Coast be running them down. So they used to be.
Hey, not your wife though, but yo, the New York woman, they be like, oh, yo, what's up, son? Yo, you looking mad good.
No, yeah, her, you got to say not her. Yeah, they run their damn mouth.
Yeah, those are the hood kind though.
True, I feel you. I feel you.
But I met a girl from the Bronx, and she was about as white sounding as possible.
Yeah. Well, my wife, she was from, but one thing I did know, like I'm gonna tell you, one thing what to help people get along. This is when I say them New York women, them East Coast women used to be running brothers from down south down. Women from down south wanted something different too. So a lot of them was chasing. A lot of them was dealing with like dudes from the East Coast or out west. You know, but that southern accent wherever you go. When I lived in California, man, all I had to do was just open my mouth and talk. And I'm dead serious in it. They wanted them Southern brothers, man. They wanted something different. They say we strong. They wouldn't lie.
Hey, hold on, yo. Hey, Bwana, you saw, yo. Now hold on, cause we got the best, like, yo, in every field. You know what I'm saying? You got like Michael Vick, like the best basketball players, the best rappers. You know what I'm saying?
The best basketball players.
Yeah, in Virginia, yeah. Like
I know in the NBA
and then
like, I'm gonna be honest
you
with
can
you,
say
man,
DMV.
The LA area got the best players right now. California.
How?
In the NBA right now, Harden, his partner. Who else is?
Yo, you can stretch it and be like DMV, but like nah, like it's like VA players. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's funny about your rappers, right? They were ashamed to say that they were from Virginia at first, and they even said that in interviews.
Camp Low, like Camp Low. Y'all might be too young to remember Camp Low.
Yeah, I remember Camp Low. Nah, they're from here.
No, they're from Virginia.
Oh, they
Camp
are?
Low. Yeah, they be claiming Virginia. They might be. I'm gonna tell you. Don't be saying they from New York and they be claiming Virginia. That's a point for forecast.
But you know a group that wasn't from New York that claimed it. That was the Diggable Planets. And I didn't know that shit until I saw that on song. I think they were from Virginia too. I think.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
But why do so many people? Because like yo, is Virginia a thing or am I tripping? Because y'all go a lot of places, but yo, there's a lot of people that it's like y'all always talk about Virginia and New York and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Virginia was cool. Virginia has when I was in Virginia in '93, stationed there, lived there for about 6 months before they shipped me out overseas. Virginia had some beautiful black women. You know, Virginia, like damn, I was at Fort Lee. I wasn't too far from Richmond. I already told you about my experience. I used to go to Richmond. It was close to Petersburg, and yeah, they had some beautiful black women.
Petersburg. I'm sorry, no disrespect. I'm sorry. I'll take it back. Go ahead.
No, you don't know. See, you go to Petersburg, right? We take our women from the military with us. When you go to Richmond, you leave them. You go to Richmond. You and your boys go to Richmond. When you go to Petersburg.
Shanique was like, Juvenile was official. She was like, she had to shake every time that he came on.
You know what? Let me tell you something about Camp Low. Somebody said online, and I said I had to laugh because when I thought about that shit, I said this motherfucker's right. He said they had some hot stuff, but he said when you think about it, you don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like when you really do think about it, you don't know what the hell they're talking about in their rhymes.
Yeah.
But Virginia, DC, but it came from DC. But that area got their own shit. Go-Go. I used to listen to Go-Go.
Yeah, DMV. Yeah, they be hard on that Go-Go stuff.
Yeah, they all on that Go-Go stuff. My first concert I ever went to in my life was in Virginia, and I went on accident because I don't pay to go see people perform. I've already bought your music. I ain't gonna pay to see you damn stand up here and sing it. I can listen to it if I want to listen to it. Shit. But I went to a Buju Banton concert at this club in at this place in Richmond, and we were just going to hang out. We didn't even know they was having a concert. You're like, man, it's this club here. It's real hot. And you're walking in, then you go upstairs. Like, oh shit, it was probably about 5,000 people up in there. Like, oh shit, it was a good time. I enjoyed it. You know, that's the same night. Hey, Forecast, matter of fact, that's the same night I told you the dude took me to the Tobago Strip, whatever the hell. And the only black people down there was me and my 3 black friends, me and my homies. It was 4 of us. And I saw this dude with his wife and his baby. And he asked us, I'm telling you, man, they put us a spot. It was a black dude too. This the spot. You gonna love it. Man, we went down there, man. We were looking around, bro. God, we were the only black people. That dude walked over to us like, man, I don't know why that man brought us here. but can y'all wait with me and my wife and my baby till the cab come? That's how outnumbered we were. That's how. So we waited with him. They got in their cab. He said he was taking his wife back to the post. I think he had just got stationed in Fort Lee. And we walked, man, with shit, man. We probably ended up walking. We just walked. We probably walked like 2 miles from there.
Well, not yeah. Nah, it's a segregated city. Like, yo, you be in white places is white. Like, you'll go 2-3 blocks, it'll be a white place. So 2-3 blocks would be black place. 2-3 blocks would be the hood. Then it'd be a rich white area. You know what I'm saying? That's how Richmond is set up. You know
Unfortunately, that's like almost everywhere. I know when I was there, I ain't had no fear. I wasn't nervous. I wasn't thinking I could get lynched. So I'm like, man, fuck.
No, I'm telling you, if you go to the county, like, yo, if you in the boondocks, you ain't gonna stop until you get there. You know, you ain't gonna stop until you get to Charlottesville.
The lynching shit would have can't cross your mind. You're like, God damn, man, that dude dropped the ball. But no, Bahana, because I was saying, no, we left that spot, Bahana, and went to the Buju Banton concert. When we left there, we found
you probably went downtown. You probably was in the county and then went downtown.
I don't know where the hell we were, but that dude, black guy, I never forget that. I talked to my boy Ingram now, he from Arkansas, and we laugh about that. Like, man, you remember that night? Man, that motherfucker dropped us. This the spot. I'm telling you, man, this is the spot. All the women here, man, with no black people there. I'm like, man, we just was this dude trying to get us hurt?
Yo, but I'm trying to tell you though, like, yo, the cities is like where black people is at, and Virginia is like the hills have eyes out there. I'm telling you, like, if you coming into Virginia, don't stop and unless you strapped up. I'm telling you, like, it's not even a joke. You know what I'm saying?
Talking about Bristol. Me and you talked about Bristol. I've been up through Bristol.
Yeah.
Bristol, Virginia, Bristol,
it's
Virginia.
all white. Yeah, it's a sundown town.
Bristol, Virginia, Bristol, Tennessee. They touch half of the hospital in Virginia, one half of the hospital in Tennessee.
Yeah, it's the mountains and stuff.
Damn,
yo, I'm telling you, it's the mountains.
Damn, Buana said they don't call it Lynchburg for nothing.
Yo, I'm telling you, it was named after a dude. Supposedly, it's a story that was named after a dude who brought in lynching and stuff or something like.
Hey, man, they got Lynchburg, they had Blackburg, they had Black Run, Virginia. Man, we was riding, me and my wife, my kid, like, damn, because Lynchburg and Blackburg is not far from each other.
Yo, and it's a place, yo, and you know who's also racist here? The fucking damn Indians, you know what I'm saying? Like Pamunkey County. Like, my boy got locked out there, and it's called named after a Native American quote unquote tribe, you know what I'm saying? And the Pamunkey Mount, because you got all the way away from that point, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, they racist as hell.
And I'll tell you how they sided with them against us. I don't know what will, man. I mean,
every time.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. They always claim racism, but every time they talk racism, you always see a white style, a so-called Native American.
Yeah, yo, but that's all Virginia is these counties, and then there's the cities like Charlottesville. Like, people know that from the rebellion thing or whatever the white people did, but don't stop to get gas until you get to Charlottesville, because that's the safe place for you. If you stop at one of them counties, like, it's like literally like people ride around with the Confederate thing and all of that stuff.
I did see that, and I expected to see that. Hell, I saw a Confederate flag in upstate New York. Now what you're telling me is different from my experience, because I'm like rolling through like, hell, I don't give a damn.
Shit,
you know?
You go. Yeah, I used to work
with the Nazi flags in Brazil. My homeboy was
true.
He was sending me them pictures. And, man, look what they're selling in Brazil, man.
Yo, I ain't gonna front. I got footage on.
Man, the favelas. He said, look at this shit. They just on the Nazi flag. Yeah.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I've been to every part. Like, you go out there, like, it's a place where where George Washington was. They got monuments and stuff. But I'm telling you, if you go out there, like, yo, and that's going towards the beach area. If you go towards the south, like where Bakari is talking about, I'm telling my people from Emporia, Virginia. My grandma used to tell me stories from the 30s and 40s and stuff. Like, but yo, like, it's still cotton that grows out there. It's sick out here. I'm telling you, like, it's the hills have eyes. Like, it's mountain, it's like communities inside of mountain areas, you know what I'm saying? Where it's all white and it's like corn that grows out there and like rednecks that sit on the porch. I seen it with my own eyes. If you go north, You know what I'm saying? That's like going towards like DC. That's like, you know, the liberal kind of racist kind of people. If you go west, that's like the West Virginia kind of people. Yo,
what about that town I went to, Fredericksburg? What's the deal?
Oh, Fredericksburg is kind of a city area, like sort of like Charlottesville. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. See, my nephew, he drove me around Richmond because he's from
Richmond.
They're living in Maryland. So
yeah, Richmond is a majority black city.
Man, you fool want to go to Mississippi where I'm from. See, y'all would be scared, right? Because Mississippi reputation. But I can literally, you can literally with me, man. I can put you in a car. Man, we can ride 30, 40 miles before you see a street. Man, it's dog to the mother.
Yo, it's dark. Yo, outside of Frederick, yo, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Outside of Fredericksburg, Charlottesville, all of the cities you can name is fucking dark as hell, and there's a bunch of rednecks out there. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I fear driving to Atlanta, man. Because like shit, all that in between shit you gotta go through. You know.
Well, I'm gonna tell you the worst I've ever seen. Like I remember we was going from here to Chicago. Man, we was in Kentucky. I ain't lying, man. I rode on fumes. Man, I rode on fumes for like the last 20 miles before my next get. And we ride, it's dark to the motherfucking Kentucky. And I'm like, man, I need gas. My lighting came on. I'm on this interstate middle of nowhere. It's at night. I'm just rolling, wasn't paying attention, right? And my son, my youngest son, he might have been like 10, and he looked, Dad, there go a light down that road, man. One light. I'm like, shit. We gonna
don't go down that road. Don't go unless you strapped up.
We gonna keep going, man. When I made it to a gas, man, when I finally made it to a gas station, we stopped in Illinois. In that town we stopped in, I'm looking like shit. They got lights. We stopped. That little city we stopped in, man. The only black people in that city, it was me, my 2 kids, my grandson was with me. My grandson was here. Who was me, my 2 kids? Somebody else was with us, and the black family. The dude waited. He looked at me and nodded his head, and I knew what he was doing. He was waiting. I pumped my gas. He pumped his gas. Then he waited for me, and I pumped my gas. And him and his wife and his kid, they hauled ass. We went, and I was talking to my sister, like, we ain't close enough to Chicago yet to see black people. She was like, what? Yeah. She was like, no, ain't no black people around that way right there. You better hurry up and get them out there this time.
See, that's the fear of running, rolling through certain states like that, man. When you don't see any lights and shit for miles and miles and miles, there ain't no civilization around,
Yo, there's somebody around though. Stay on the damn highway. That's all I'm trying to tell you. Unless you're strapped up.
That's exactly what I did. I'm like, man, if I run out of gas, I'm gonna run out of gas on this highway. I got my cell phone. I'll call my people. I'd already called them. Look, I'm low on gas.
Yo, I'm telling you, you can go to Fredericksburg, but stop in King and Queen William County and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like all them bootleg counties, like that's all Virginia is. Like Fredericksburg is a city. You know what I'm saying? Stop in all them bootleg ass counties in Virginia. Like that shit is goddamn hills have the eye and stuff.
My neighbor.
Anyway,
I'll just stop.
Go ahead.
They Nigerian, right? So the son went to West Virginia. Him and his cousin, right? And someone went there. He was talking to me and said, I hate West Virginia. He said, well, we got a scholarship, academic. I'm like, all right. I said, why you there if you hate it? I said, why you hate it? He said, man, every black person in West Virginia know their name. I like, huh? He said, man, all us just name nigga. Say, because you always outnumbered, you be walking and there ain't nothing to say. Look at the nigga. He said so many of them at all times. He was like, most of the time, man, you just keep walking. He said, man, when they show them West Virginia games on and black people still go there. He said, man, in West Virginia football games that come on TV. He said, damn near every game, man, they got to go get the paint off the stadium where it say niggas go home. He said everybody in West Virginia. He just graduated West Virginia a few years ago. He said everybody. He said every black person in West Virginia can know their name.
Maybe I was naive rolling through spots sometimes by myself.
Spotsylvania County, Pamunkey County. Like, yo, I've been to Pamunkey County, bro. Like, yo, they racist as hell out that joint, bro. Like, I've been to all of these places in these counties, man. Like, yo, these places are sick. Like, you know, you don't want to get broke down out there. You want to go to Fredericksburg and get broke down, or Charlottesville.
The scariest place I drove to was Delaware at night, and I tried to take the back roads, and it was flat and pitch black, looked like Kansas or something like that. I said, that's when I was like, Bakari, I was like, God damn, I got to ride this. I had about half a tank of gas, you know? So I said, it's Delaware, it's a small state, so I know I got to hit a gas station at some time. Took a while.
Yeah. No back roads like that no more. No. Look, hey, y'all ever seen like y'all see them old movies from like the 50s and the 60s, and you see how they look when a black person walk in the wrong place? Yeah. This was my first time going to Kentucky. And my wife was still living, and we stopped. I told her, like, look, it's daytime, but don't go to sleep. I had to get out and run inside and go to the river. I said, look, if I'm not out of here for 10 minutes, just drive off and leave me. I won't take myself. Because I'm dead. Man, I walked in that restaurant. I never, that old white woman and her husband, he looked up, they was putting their food in their mouth and looked up and saw me. Them mother put their spoon down. Everybody in that damn restaurant was looking at me like, what the hell you doing here? Man, but I could get in that truck. I went to the restroom and I came back, and she, I like, what the hell? I told you to just go. If I wouldn't back you out here asleep. You trusted your wife. Now, those locked, I'm like, they ain't gonna do nothing. You supposed to be under the steering wheel. When I come out, you ever looked at, I promise you, it was like a movie. They was eating, and they saw me and just put the spoon down. Everybody in the restaurant.
Yo, they be weird, bro. They be weird. Like, yo, them white boys out there be weird. Like, but yo, that's like, yo, that's a whole nother thing. Like, but I'm telling you, like, but there are also like black counties, like, yo, Gooseland County is dark as hell out there, but it's black people. Probably how you're black, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's black people though. I'm saying, I'm dead serious. Like, they houses be like 2 miles apart, but they black though. You know what I'm saying? Like, where my grandma from, they houses, huh?
When you say it's dark, I'm gonna be honest, I ain't think nowhere was like that. But Miss, I'm telling you, man, I can take you to Miss. We can literally drive 30 miles. We can be under 30 miles. You see her down street, like.
Man, where my grandma come from, I thank God that she moved to Richmond, because where she come from, Emporia, Virginia, like my uncle lives out there. Like, he killed pigs and do all that chilling stuff, Bakari. You know what I'm saying? But yo, I used to hate going down there. Like, yo, like when it get dark, you can't see in front of your face. Like, we used to want to play outside when we kids, but like, yo, it's the country for real. Cotton, his yard is cotton field, bro. Like it's dark as hell out there, John. But it's black people though.
That's the best time. See, when you go to the country like that and around a bunch of black folks, you ain't have to worry about nobody messing with you. Everybody gonna have fun. Everybody knew everybody.
Closest I got to that kind of scene was southern North Carolina on the South Carolina border. I saw cotton fields for the first time in my life. I was like, God damn! I said, this stuff is real.
Yo, I have to go back in, like, cause like I used to have to go to my grandma's church. Like, my cousin runs the church. Like, it's literally one of those places, like, it's still stuck in like 1950. You know what I'm saying? Like, no disrespect to where my grandma is from. You know what I'm saying? And she used to tell me wild stories. But like, yo, the preacher is like my cousin and stuff, and they got the built church. But like, they got like 4 buildings in the city, you know what I'm saying? Like, the neighbors is miles apart, and you got to go through miles of like cotton fields and stuff. And my grandma used to tell me stories about how she used to get chased home by some white boys and crazy stuff. Like, that stuff is real. Like, you know, she told me a story about how her brother died when he was young because they had one of those wood stoves and he got caught on fire, you know what I'm saying? But they don't even know how their age or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? The tombstones is wrong and all of that. Yo, it's really crazy out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why this girl, when we went to North Carolina, she had a family cemetery she took me to. And I said, that's crazy. Old time headstones from the 1800s too. I said, damn. Yeah. Like Bakari was saying, houses about 2 miles apart and no basement to the shit.
Right.
I said, damn.
Yo, the house is what they built though. They built their houses though. You know what I'm saying?
I said, now I see what they did in these movies and TV shows where they had people going in the country houses and the floors creaking. Because I was always like, creaking floors? How can floors creak? You know?
Yo, my aunt named Nish, like my grandma's sister, like, yo, I used to be scared to go over her house because it was so old. Like, it made me scared. I don't know why when I was young, it made me scared. Like, but she had that literally, like, the floors creaking, the fire thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, she lived in, like, yo, the outside is a big ass field and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was literally slave times in her house. You know what I'm saying? I used to be like, have like a little like thing on my heart. You know, like y'all know what it feel like, the butterflies kind of thing in my heart. You know what I'm saying? Like when I went to her house, I'm like, I used to hate it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why, but
they also had a pecan tree. They were picking pecans. I said, that's something I don't see.
You never no pecans, man?
Nope. Well, not on the tree.
Oh man, we used to thrash our damn tree, climb the tree and shake it. We couldn't sell. My daddy said, "Don't sell them pecans to them damn white folk." We used to give them. Other folks used to sell them though. But you know, them pecans that got kind of expensive, man. People were doing that for a part-time job a couple years ago in Mississippi, man. Them shit was like $5-6 a pound. Yeah, so they'll go out there and pick. They'll go out there and pick pecan for a few hours to make them extra cash. They were selling them for like $5-6 a pound.
Yeah, that's what this guy was doing. He was selling them.
Yeah, but y'all, anyway, we got to a whole nother thing. I was brought up the whole New York. I only brought up New York because what I was saying was maybe that has skewed your view on Black people globally. You know what I'm saying? Because of your experience in New York. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you mean like with other Black people? You mean?
Right, like with Jamaicans, because they're not like that around the globe.
I'm not gonna lie. You could be right. You could be right.
That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's different in New York, and I understand the difference. But New York is only New York. It's not global.
But the truth is, I think the entire Northeast is similar as far as the immigrants.
No, it's different here.
Even the Midwest, even the Midwest, from what I hear.
Yo, you agree with me that, well, I agree with you that Virginia is the South, the top of the South.
Hey, no doubt.
And the Jamaicans here are not the same.
Y'all confused though.
About what?
No, because we were able to absorb culture from. He mad because we can absorb. We can not only be a land.
But we don't claim Virginia though. So
nah, he mad because we absorb Southern culture and Northern culture the same, and then we combine it to make some better stuff.
Since I got both of you on the phone, you don't want to claim Virginia, but Virginia is the official South. It was the Confederate capital. But what do you think about this new movement where these people from Maryland are trying to argue that they are in the South now? I mean, what's up with that?
Maryland is below the Mason-Dixon line. So
that's what it's really, I think, like you told me last time, but like for some reason I keep thinking it's through Maryland.
Maryland is below
yeah. But
that's
see,
why it's South.
Yeah, but that was archaic though. That didn't have any meaning. That was just somebody just drew that line. But it was. I told these people Maryland wasn't a part of the Confederacy. It wasn't a part of the South.
Maryland, they had slaves. Well, they had slaves all over the United States. So you may be saying that.
So, but and when my people moved to Maryland, you know, some people joked and said, "Oh, you're moving down south," but it was a joke though. But I went to Maryland many times. I ain't see nothing Southern about it. I ain't see nothing that said you're in the South. All I saw was Mid-Atlantic this, Mid-Atlantic that.
We don't claim them either, man. We don't claim North Carolina either.
North Carolina is definitely the South.
We don't claim they different. We don't claim.
Nah, well, they are different, but North Carolina is the South.
Damn, I mean, don't claim North Carolina. Damn.
Yeah. I don't know about North Carolina. Like
people from North Carolina on up, they try to be like folks from New York.
Nah. He's tripping about that one.
Yeah. I don't think they doing that, man.
Yeah, like we got our own. Like people from New York be tripping sometimes, but people from the South be tripping sometimes. Like people from the North think we from like Mississippi, and people from Mississippi think we from New York. That's the way y'all get confused at. We just the best of both worlds. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like I said, when this white lady, she schooled me on Virginia. She's like, like she said, the northern part sound like me. That's how she put it, and then the rest sound like me, which is with the country accent. And she said, they act a little different, but she's like, this is the South. This is where the South begins, and we consider the Southern states to be those who were a part of the Confederacy.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that we are different. And shouts out to you, Shanique. I feel you. There's no disrespect. I respect New York, but I'm just saying, like, you know, as a Virginian Black person, we set the trend for Black people in America. You know what I'm saying? Because we kind of
You sound like we all be TV, always talking about Memphis all the time.
Nah, I'm just joking.
Yeah, you listen to him. Everybody and everything came from Memphis.
Technically though, you know what I'm saying, Virginia, like as far as America goes, is the original, you know what I'm saying. So we the original Black man of America. So if you were a Native American, you would somehow come from Virginia somehow. That's all.
Yeah, we all be TV. He shouted out Aretha Franklin coming from Virginia. He said he claimed that Memphis, I mean, not from Virginia, from Memphis. He claims that Memphis rappers are running the show right now. I'm like, man, get out of here with that.
Memphis who?
Memphis rappers are running the show. He said
They got Chopper.
he talking about Young Dolph. We had the 3-6 Mafia, but the 3-6 Mafia, to me, they were like Master P's people. You know, only some people like them. But I didn't consider Master P's crew like official, not in my mind.
I mean, it's this other guy from that started the 3-6 Mafia. I can't even think of his name now. Shit, he couldn't stay out of jail though. He was from
Crunchy Black.
No, not Crunchy Black. No, that's why I can't think of his name, because he ended up not being in the group. He was always in jail. Like, he'll drop an album, they go to jail. I cannot think of that damn dude's name, but he was from, because Memphis and Mississippi touch, right? You can walk to from parts of Mississippi. You can walk from Mississippi to Memphis in like 15 minutes. You know, he was from Mississippi. That motherfucker stayed. He stayed every time you look. Oh, he back in jail. He never got a chance to make his money. So they eventually just when they signed their deal, he was locked up. He never got a chance to make no money. He made a little money.
What you think of the Gangsta Boo and Elvis Presley's daughter? All these people dropping dead. Matter of fact, I just learned, because I watched that MMA, the one championship, this little girl, Victoria Lee, died. I was like, damn, they were just putting her out there.
Yeah. I want to say something, but I'm not, because it's a whole nother conversation. I ain't got time for it.
But I like Gangsta Boo. She wanted to get back into the entertainment business, man. I ain't saying that's what killed her. I ain't saying trying to get back in. She had to get on drugs or whatever. But I used to like Gangsta Boo.
Hey, but sorry, we don't got time. But let me ask you this: you think they had got the jab?
Who?
The people that's dropping dead.
Oh shit, I don't know.
That's what a lot of people are saying. But you know how it is.
Oh man,
I mean, you know what's in common though? A lot of these people having heart attacks.
Oh man, Bukhari. That's a whole nother conversation. We're not gonna go down that lane.
I don't know, man. All these damn YouTube, all these social media conspiracies, and now having.
I mean, you had the Buffalo Bills player with the heart attack, Lisa Marie Presley with the heart attack. I mean,
I haven't been sick yet, Bukhari. Is all I'm saying.
He was he might have had a bad heart. I don't know if he had a bad heart. I don't know if he got the vaccine. I don't know.
He could have had a good heart. Well, that's a whole nother conversation. This is not Bukhari's responsibility. It's Bill Gates' responsibility to speak up for this. You know what I'm saying? Not Bukhari's. You know what I'm saying?
And if the people say he got the jab, they don't know either unless he came out and said, did he tweet out, man, I got the vaccine? Did he tweet it out?
Yeah, I think they probably wouldn't say it anyway. But it is kind of weird. A lot of public figures just dropping dead, except for these politicians, of course.
But what you got to think about here, man, they've been dropping dead ever since.
True.
Ever since the beginning of the time, they've been dropping dead.
Yeah, but I mean, with this kind of frequency, though. I mean, Lisa Marie Presley dies before her mother. I mean, then again, I think her mother had her at what? How old was her mother when she had her? Was she like 15 or something like that? 16?
Something like that.
Well, it could have been what she did to Michael Jackson though. So whoever knows, so, you know what I'm saying. It could have been the voodoo. You know what I'm saying. The same difference,
Yeah, man. I just know people die, man. I don't be Jackaday. People know their name. I don't even think of conspiracies, man. People just be dying, man. It gonna happen to everybody, probably except me. Shit.
But
personality is dying too.
But Bakari, it is a coincidence that they try to make people do this thing and then they don't know what was up. If that story is true, like there's no way that they could have tested the thing, you know what I'm saying, to know if I could have kids or not, you know.
Then they died 3 years later.
I'm just saying some people haven't been sick at all, right? Who didn't do the thing. And then some people,
myself.
I would say I didn't, and I've never been sick, and I've been around people who have been. In fact, you know, I probably could like sue somebody because, you know what I'm saying, like they sent everybody home but me, you know what I'm saying?
Damn. I went to my doctor, they had us put on masks. I said, damn, I ain't even get a cold all this time. Not even one cold. You people still on this mask stuff.
But that's another conversation, man. So it's not on Bakari, it's on Bill Gates to come on this show and tell us about it.
People in South Korea been wearing masks.
You know, they're paranoid. You know?
Well, it's a Chinese virus. So.
Right? I ain't gonna say they paranoid because my homeboy got sick. We didn't wear them, but the older people over there, they've been wearing masks. My homeboy got sick over there and almost died from he was breathing in the air over there. Damn sure did. Matter of fact, the same thing that Bernie Mac got, sarcoidosis. I thought that was something you had to be born with, but you don't have to be born with it. Come to find out.
Yeah. Forecast is right. I think they are wearing a lot of masks in China. It's supposed to be going crazy in China right now, but
they called it the Chinese virus, not me. But that's a part of chemistry too, you know what I'm saying? All of this stuff is chemistry, you know what I'm saying? Medicines and the viruses, you know what I'm saying? That's why it's important for Black people to make curriculums, no matter, even if you disagree. And next week, I hope you come to the course and then come to the live next week, because I'm gonna talk about slave ships, you know what I'm saying? So
hopefully you come with some new ideas instead of
I showed a couple of
make some cottages and stuff.
I'll talk about it that way. I talk about like the last one I just showed.
The passage from the book. I'm gonna just send you the passage from the book up from slavery.
All right.
Let it make it tough. So he can Booker T. So he can read so he can hear Booker T. talk about what his family was talking about in the slave shacks back there.
Well, I just talk about the slave rebellions that happened on slave ships, but for that to happen, there had to be. I showed one earlier, you know what I'm saying, on the one I just put up, you know what I'm saying. But
that's a valid point, though. They had to be the ships in order for that to happen.
Yeah,
and we gotta read into these things to see how realistic they sound, or if they sound like fiction.
So let me ask you this: Do you think that? So let me ask you this: do you think they took people from Africa to Brazil?
It's hard to say. It's hard.
Oh man, that's a whole different conversation, huh?
all I know is that Portugal, they weren't known for their armada like Spain was, and Brazil was a pretty.
Their armada. What do you mean?
You know, their size of their ships. They weren't known for that.
Okay.
Even though most of their empire was, islands and coasts.
But let me tell you this, because there's a trick to this, you know what I'm saying? Because you're going to be like the number of people that was shipped over, right? You know what I'm saying? But that'd be like, from the year of like 1619 to like 1804. And that only really accounts for the British, you know what I'm saying? You do know like the Spanish came over, the Dutch came over, the Jews had a part in that. Because I'm not going to absolve them at all about their slave ship part, you know what I'm saying? Because that's a big part of it. But, you know what I'm saying? Also, I do think that Black people were here, though, you know what I'm saying? I do think that. But that doesn't mean that they didn't come from, that's a whole nother conversation. But I do think, that's why I don't care, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, that whole time is over with. Because, like, now we were Black people. Like, we could have been tribes in 1300, but in 2023, we can't be, you know what I'm saying?
Right. But it is good to know the truth, and you got to ask yourself, why do people need to lie about it?
Mm-hmm. I'm saying, do you think that any slave ships came over? This is next week's conversation, so you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
This is the way I'll answer it. You got to show it. You got to show the evidence.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe that there were slave ship rebellions?
I believe that people told about
Okay, but your boy all the time says that black people from America got shipped to overseas. Do you believe that?
That's what a lot of people say. And who knows? Who knows?
But what if I say like, yo, George Washington was like he documented like Jamaica was known as a place where you ship rebellious people to get them broken. You know what I'm saying? Do you believe that happened?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Jamaicans were still broken even to this day. So,
but I'm saying like, yo, but you would like take a rebellious person or somebody who didn't listen and send them over there to get broken. Do you think they would do something like that?
Do I think so? I don't believe so. I don't think they need to do that. I mean, why else do they have whips on hand? I mean,
okay.
I mean, what do? You
do know
this whip ain't working, so let's ship it to Jamaica.
Well, you do know they used to send like rebellious and like even to Richmond, there was a place that's known as Lumpkin's Jail. You know what I'm saying? And I've seen like it's literally downtown by the train station and the bus station and all of that stuff. Like where they used to send like rebellious slaves from other places. And Virginia was also one of the major slave markets for interstate slave trade. Let me ask you this: do you think they sent like slaves from like Richmond to like New Orleans by boat?
Or, I mean, however they can get them.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, this is a conversation for next week. So I'm just asking a couple questions. My bad. You know what I'm saying? But I let you off the hook with this Indian thing this week. You know what I'm saying? Because this is what we was talking about, how the Indians was used against us. And I was going to show this video, but I'm not going to show it. So
I hear you. That whole story is complicated to a degree. I mean, then you got so-called Native Americans like the Dog the Bounty Hunter. He's a goddamn white man and a racist.
Right. I mean, but a lot of Indians was like, yo, initially they fought with us, you know what I'm saying? But then they tried to be like white people, like every other group. And then they became part of the slave patrol and they was used to stop rebellions when they couldn't stop it. Do you think that happened?
Hey, I don't doubt it because of the way that a lot of them are acting now. Plus, you see that in South America. And you know how it is. People figure, well, they're after them. So let me see if I can get on their good side and maybe they'll leave us alone. That's the way East Indians, Asians, and others do when they come to this country.
Yo, I got something for the East Indian thing, but I ain't even got it on this one. It's too late for this one today. But if you come back on here, I'll show it. If we ever talk about East Indian again, or if I make it a topic or something like that. But yo, I feel you though. You know, I just wanted to ask you a couple questions just to see where you at. Like it sounds like yo, there could be a possibility that people were transported by ship to different places who happened to be slaves. Do you think that's true?
Yeah, within the country, yeah.
Okay, just not outside of the country. Like not even to the Caribbean.
Let me ask you a question. So why would a dude in Louisiana have a plantation named Angola, which became the prison, and say that's where the black people that he had enslaved on that plantation? That's where they came from. So he would just make that story up too to trick people.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I mean, you acting like the white people don't lie or something.
Oh, he's saying a black person said this, though, right?
Black...
Oh, you saying a white person?
White people named their plantation Angola. Then they named the prison Angola. And they named it Angola because that's where the majority of the enslaved Africans on their plantation was from. He named it after where he got the people from.
But why did he get them from Angola though?
Yo, okay, so I was talking about
maybe they were cheaper. I don't know.
But that was a Portuguese colony though. That's why.
And all them folks work together. See, that's the problem. While we arguing trying to figure how them folks work together. I know Angola was Portuguese, but that's where it came from.
That's why I don't understand. Why would the Portuguese say, hey, let me sell slaves to somebody else as opposed to bringing them into Brazil?
Why did the French have enslaved people in Louisiana?
Because they had it. They had Louisiana.
Because you make more money, right?
Because they own Louisiana.
Well, not the Louisiana thing, the first question, but anyway, but yo, because I was, and that's what you were saying, because I was talking about a dude named Samba, right? And the thing that I did, and so what would you take as a credible source? Because the source for this particular story, and I don't know if it exists or not, but this is the story. But the story comes from the dude who actually was supposed to have been the slave owner, you know what I'm saying, which was a French dude in Louisiana, and it was a Louisiana rebellion, you know what I'm saying? And he's saying he came from Senegal, and you know what I'm saying, even before he got and he got captured while trying to do a raid against the French, and then you know he ended up getting caught and sold and then brought to Louisiana. You know what I'm saying? So you saying like that story could like not possibly be true?
A white man told him he was from Senegal. See, they picked him up in Brazil and put him on a ship, and drove him around floated him around on that ship for about 4 months. Then say, "See, boy, you from Senegal?" And he said, "Okay." Ain't that how I go, Alquan?
Well, I mean, I guess that's the story you're telling.
But I'm saying, do you think the French brought in people in Louisiana, particularly like the French by themselves? You know what I'm saying?
If you give me the time period, then I could probably better qualify.
The New Orleans was created in 1718, so around that time.
You know, that could be possible because that could
on slave ships now.
Well, that's a different story.
Well, how could they bring people in on? Well, what they made them swim across?
How many did they say were brought in?
I don't know. They didn't give a particular.
So that's
number.
important because if it's like 50
50
or 100 or something like that, that's
no. It's more than 50.
That's not a slave trade.
No, it's more than 50 or 100. It's like thousands, but it's not like millions. You know what I'm saying? With the French particularly, that's why I don't want to say like with the West India Company. They said they brought like 24,000 into Brazil. So I can't remember exactly because I got so much stuff mixed up in my head and it's super late. That's why I can't give you the exact number right now. But I think they did say an estimate of how many people, but it wasn't millions, but it was thousands, like the example I just gave you. You know what I'm saying?
All right, then we gotta see how giving you some clues to go by too. See how long the operation was.
Okay, I got a better example, right? After the stuff in Haiti, right? Do you think that like French slave owners brought slaves in from Haiti to like New Orleans? You know what I'm saying? Because they still controlled the French and Louisiana, French, all that stuff is French.
Okay, well, actually, that's a better question, and I could say, that makes more sense.
Okay, so they did. You would say they would possibly have brought some slaves in from Hispaniola,
right?
Okay, all right. I just is something I want to ask, but you find it questionable, and like around the time they built New Orleans, that they could possibly have built like sent in thousands of people, and 50 some years earlier, right?
Right. From Senegal, yeah.
No, let me ask you this: the Spanish, because they control Florida, do you think they brought in people
from where?
The colonies that they controlled. You know what I'm saying? Do you think the Spanish Florida had like? You don't think the Spanish people had slaves in America?
They don't really talk about that in what is now the U.S. that much as far as their slavery.
Yeah, but they did though. Actually, they supposedly had the first. Supposedly in 1500s, they brought in like 100 Africans in the first colony. You know.
You see that comment?
What? No, what did it say? I'm sharing the screen.
It says Brooks Brothers started by making clothes for slaves.
No, but okay, the slave had the same pair of pants from the age 5 to age 25.
Come on,
I ain't gonna. I ain't gonna say that. They got to.
Wouldn't nobody. So you ain't got to say it. So you really think they were trying to make some clothes for a slave?
Not from 5 to 25 though, Bakari. Like they may have made them wear like one or two pairs. They may have like no. I'm saying they may have had one or two pair of pants
from that age. Man, shit.
But that's the point though. 1 or 2 pair of pants wearing it every day is going to get holes in it. You like that's what they mean by rags. They don't mean by literally like they put some rags on them. You know what I'm saying? Like you wear the same stuff every day, it's going to be holes, and you know what I'm saying. It's not going to be clean. It's going to be dirty. You know what I'm saying?
I know. Why wouldn't slaves be able to wash their clothes if they're washing the master's clothes?
The same reason they couldn't eat that T-bone steak while they was cooking it for the master.
And think about it. Today with a washing machine, if you wear 2 pair of pants all the time and you wash it every day, what's going to happen to those pants? Even in the context with washing machines, it's the same difference.
Yeah, I hear
It's
you. I had a
rags.
nice pair of jeans that I keep on wearing, then it messed up after a while.
People that was enslaved had good clothes, man.
No, I'm just saying. I ain't saying nothing about no fine clothes. I'm just
They
saying.
had a wardrobe like 9-10 pounds.
No. I'm just saying they weren't walking around in rags and stuff. Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. I thought you okay.
But the rags is just meant like it's. I mean,
Well,
it's
see,
meant
when you
with,
say
like,
rags, I'm visualizing TV shows and movies that show slaves. They always show them in
But-
tattered, Incredible Hulk type pants. You know,
right. But I feel you. But the truth is more like if you see somebody that be wearing some dirty sweatpants and the same old hoodie every single day, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what the rags is. You know what I'm saying? Like they wasn't given extra pairs of clothing. You know, they had to be. Like even white people didn't have like luxury stuff, you know what I'm saying? They didn't have like whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, so what do you think their slaves got? Like they had.
I'm just saying they had to have something decent. You know, it's like look at it like this. Look at rich people's housekeepers. They wear the butler wears his suit. The formal maids they wear their suits.
Right.
You know,
but that was like that wasn't even back then. Like I don't know. But anyway, man, you got off the hook with this slave or this Native American thing because I was about to show this joint with Native Americans seeking tribal citizenship. You know what I'm saying? But you did actually pass the test better than Bakari because you black before you Native American, and Bakari ain't black before he African. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta give you that credit. You know what I'm saying?
Black and African is synonymous, man. I keep telling you that.
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
So is Arab and
No.
Boer and
Well, when y'all speak about them Arabs, y'all speak so proper. And so the Arabs, y'all speak so proper when you talk about them nasty filthy ass Arabs. Y'all scared of them Arabs.
oh, well, the East Mexicans then. How about that?
I noticed most people on YouTube scared of Arabs. The Arabs. They don't want to call them
And
Arabs.
that's usually the Pan Africans.
Well, the East
And
Mexicans.
it's the Pan Africans who usually have Arabic names.
I'm gonna tell you something. I had a show the other day. I don't
Well,
realize what Pan African got an Arab name?
But that's what I'm trying to tell you, Harco. You would
Dr.
win.
Umar Abdullah Johnson, for starters.
But that's what I'm saying. Your aim, like I know that you be like going at you're a pro black. I'm gonna just call you a pro black and what's it like antagonist, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're a pro black and the bad dude, you know what I'm saying, against pro black, but you still in the circle, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
you
but
would
I'm more real. I'm not phony with the Pan African BS.
But you would have more success if you like focus on the Arab thing instead of East Indians, is what I'm trying to tell you.
As far as what?
You're trying to be like with the black thing, and because how you try to use it as a got you thing, the Arabs would be more beneficial to you to do that.
But on a whole, at least the people who call themselves Arabs today, who are in control of the countries, those people are a lot. East Indians are blacker than Arabs. The so-called Arabs that's in control right now.
Not really.
You better look at the.
So you telling me the dark skinned East Indian government? That's another. We'll get into that. They're not dark skinned though. You know what I'm saying?
Who?
You know the East Indians don't look black, bro.
Like I said, man, I've been going to some stores. I'm thinking I'm seeing some black people, and then up close, and I hear their language. The East Indians. That's how dark they are.
I never had that problem. Maybe it's Virginia, but that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's Virginia. I never had that problem.
I'll tell you what. Next time I go into one, hopefully I can remember to take some pictures or some video or something.
Right. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, do that. That's a better thing because it'll be better with my visual. I'm more of a visual learner.
Apu gonna ask you, or Rodney G, she gonna ask you, man, what the hell
You talking about with the thing on his head and the fucking turban and stuff?
Matter of
the
fact,
dot on his head?
I seen old Indian couple with that. The guy had the thing mark on his head, like Dalsim from Street Fighter.
Hey, you want to piss an Indian off? Call him Pakistani.
I called a lot of them black. They didn't say nothing but look the other way.
Yo, I think
They
we
didn't deny it though.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. The ones that are here, maybe that's my problem that I live here. You know what I'm saying? Because the ones that I look don't like. They look like you, like a damn Pakistani, or you could tell they East Indian. You'd be like it was a lady, and I probably should have showed it in the Khalid Muhammad John, and she was like, "Oh, all people of color love what." You could tell she East Indian. You know what I'm saying? Like even though she's like darker, she's not black. You know what I'm saying? You could tell.
Well, I mean,
Alquan want to be. I'm telling you, man, you gotta tell Alquan to show his face. That's why he don't hold my channel, because you gotta show. Alquan ain't black, man. I'm telling you right now.
Nah. Well, he might have some biracial. You might have some biracial. What's the word? Biases. It's something going on there.
Alquan, I tell you.
Your girlfriend
definitely no biracial, but some Mexicans keep thinking I speak Spanish though.
No, your girlfriend white, your child white, your mom white. Something's going on.
I have a son with a Puerto Rican.
Your girlfriend's Italian or something. I don't know. I
have a son with a Puerto Rican.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah. Well, they're biracial though. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you should like, you know. But that's the thing. You're trying to say your son is black though, right?
Well, yeah, he looks just like me, so why wouldn't he be?
Is his mama black?
Shit, I told her she was, but she didn't want to accept it. She didn't say yes or no. She's just staring off into space when I said that.
So
shit.
So can a non-black woman have a black child?
Now,
hold up. Got him confused.
But do you mean, because I was going to answer it this way, you mean black-looking child, or
no?
If the child is black, if the child is black-looking, does that mean he's black as well, right?
No, it does not.
Hey, listen,
if it's both his parents is black.
I'm gonna take a nap.
All right, yeah, because we've been on here too long.
I'm gonna try to listen till I take a nap.
You gonna let Harco off the hook, Bakari?
Damn, Bwana predicting what I was gonna say, huh?
Yeah. Well,
you should have said that, Bwana.
So Harco, are you saying? So do you have? What else does she have in her?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. She kind of looked like Salt from Salt and Pepper.
Okay. So would you say you have black in you, or you are black?
I am black.
Why would you say you have black in you?
Because I wouldn't say that I look like some other group immediately. But sometimes if I grow a beard, then a lot of these so-called Arabic women, they start thinking I'm one of them. All the Arabs start thinking I'm one of them.
And they become you out. What's up, Ak?
So I find that pretty weird.
People think you white, they think you Mexican.
Oh, another thing, Bakari.
You got to tell the dude to put it on his face, okay?
But check this out, Bakari.
What's that?
No Africans ever mistake me for one of them.
Okay. Hey, but you know what, Harco, you proved my theory right though. I said that people who be arguing what you argue have some kind of bias, you know what I'm saying? If they have a kid or something that is mixed and they want to be like they're black.
No. I gotta correct you on that, because I understand that, because I accuse people of that too. But with me, that's not the case. And
you said Puerto Rican. She black?
Yeah, well, I mean, she looked like Salt from Salt and Pepper. And Salt from Salt and Pepper is supposed to be black. Then why can't the Puerto Rican be black?
Is both her parents black?
You know, the funny part, she never introduced me to him. But she said her mother was dark. That's what she said.
Dark.
for her mom and daddy, boy. I'm just talking noise. I ain't gonna even crack that joke no more. Cause you might get mad. I don't crack no joke about nobody woman.
Yo, Bakari, my theory is alive, man. My theory is alive and well. It's bias coming from this area. Cause I don't hate no damn biracial. Y'all trying to put it out there. Like, yo, Bwana, you probably got some kind of bias too going on. I ain't even gonna put you on the spot though, but yo, Bakari, that's what I'm saying. My theory might be right. You know, it's testable. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Alquan is biracial.
No, I'm not.
And he look more white. That's why he don't like to show it. He got straight, stringy hair, everything like Fat Joe.
Fat Joe, I don't remember him ever having any goddamn hair. Oh, no, I think he had hair one time, real short. Hard to tell what it looked like.
Yeah, I mean, yo, but hey, yo, I'm right, man. I'm sorry, yo, but it's no disrespect though, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't like to make it personal. That's why people take it personal.
Peace, one love.
All right, peace, Bakari. I'm gonna let you close out too, hardcore. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing personal. I just had to understand that. But yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna let you off the hook.
I'll be honest with you, I'm too tired to close out right now. I'm just saying, thanks for having me on. Peace.
All right, peace out, my brother. All right. So I let them drag me out, and damn, I'm out here mad long. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play a little bit of this, you know what I'm saying, just because I want to get this is important, and then I'm gonna get out of here.
Showing how things can quickly take a turn for the worse. This is that replenish. On the national disaster, the first 24 hours can be relatively calm. If you're in the aftermath of a storm or an earthquake, this is a period where people are emerging from what is left of their shelters and making sure they are unscathed. If it's a disaster like a national power outage, most people are still relatively calm. We put a great deal of faith in our government, public services, guard, and military to restore our world following a disaster. This period of calm can last for about 2 days. After that, things begin to reveal how broken they really are. Stores that cannot process credit and debit transactions cannot sell to people without cash, and banks that cannot process deposits and withdrawals stop functioning. Just-in-time delivery services that replenish grocery and pharmacy inventories can't do so, and shortages of some items begin to occur. This fuels even more panic buying, which further exacerbates the problem. After 72 hours, people will begin to realize that help is not coming and systems will not be restored. The stress level of the community will start to boil over. If stores haven't been looted yet, it will surely begin by the third day, as those who fail to prepare will desperately try to grab up the resources they now realize they need. If you have prepared, you can avoid being caught up in this dangerous time of desperation. If you have not, expect to be stuck with the herd making runs on stores. Likely, the police will not be able to keep ahead of the crime. Local curfews will be established, perhaps even martial law. What should you know about and do in the first 72 hours? Your first 24 hours is a little bit of a golden window for you to act. You'll need to decide if you're going to shelter in place or bug out. You should immediately fill every container you have with water in the likelihood that pumping stations will cease to operate. Your water may be gravity fed with those enormous tanks you see on the hillsides around your town, but those will not be replenished in a prolonged grid down situation. If possible, you should gas up your vehicle. Within the first 24 hours, if you need to go to the store, do so with cash if there's any supplies you need to top off. But again, only do this if you have no other option, as it is likely that people will be in a state of panic. So don't plan on this being your primary plan if you fail to prepare. Evaluate accordingly based on the knowledge of your local stores. In the first 48 hours, you should check in with your mutual assistance group if you've established these types of relationships. If you live in an apartment complex, you should coordinate a floor or building meeting to discuss posting guards at the entrances and other strategies to keep your building safe. Though phone and internet services may be down, apps like Bridgify that utilize mesh networks may still allow you to communicate with others or get news. CB or ham radios can provide you with critical communication abilities. The CB should be part of your prepping supplies because they are very affordable and vital to communication capabilities. You should also monitor your emergency radio channels to assess the extent and area radius of the disaster and base your decision on whether to bug out or bug in based upon this information. If you have a police scanner, you can monitor the chatter to determine how the disaster's aftermath is unfolding. Don't give too much credibility to the word-of-mouth rumors and gossip. Especially don't base your decisions on this type of communication. Assuming you have prepped in advance, your most significant decision in the first 24 hours is going to be whether you should stay or go. Your window of opportunity will begin to close after the first 24 hours. Roads will begin to fill up, and travel will likely not be a safe option any longer. Ask yourself, can I make it 90 days where I am? Even if the answer is yes, have a bug-out plan and bag ready if the situation forces you out. Your solutions for the first 3 days are to have some preps in place already, along with a bug-out plan. All members of your network or family could implement the communication plan you've already put in place before the disaster. You should monitor any potential compounding problems like nuclear power plants or dams. Most importantly, you need to assess whether staying in location or getting to a safer area is possible, which is your best choice during this golden window of opportunity.
All right, so yeah, man, I appreciate all of y'all for coming on here, and shouts out to you, Raw. You think my guest is a cop? Raw said, I think he has great sight. She has great sight, man. Yo, I think my theory is right too. And shouts out to Shanique Ford. Thank you for coming. You know what I'm saying? Namra X, I appreciate you for coming on here. Bwana, you've been here for the whole time and for the event earlier. So thank y'all, and for y'all watching my stuff. Erica, shouts out to you. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate all the support that y'all give me and stuff like that. Is much love. The pressure, I don't know if he was faking or what. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Erica Howard. Yo, shouts out to Erica Howard. Shouts out to Truth 884, my brother. I appreciate you for coming through. And everybody else, I don't know who else came through. Every Watson, appreciate you. Shouts out to you. Shouts out to all of y'all. You know what I'm saying? Thank y'all for all of y'all support with the live broadcast. And I can't do them on and shouts out to Namra X for sure, my brother. I can't do them on Friday, so I'm gonna start doing it Sunday, starting I guess next Sunday, with the next Black Studies course. So I appreciate y'all. And shouts out to Harko and Bakari for coming on the show. You know what I'm saying? Thank y'all. And since this was Khalid Muhammad's birthday, you know what I'm saying, and honor goes to him, I gotta give my brother Khalid Muhammad the last words, you know what I'm saying, to end us out today. You know what I'm saying? So let me go ahead and do that.
Yes. Adolf Hitler perpetrated the Holocaust. May I have your attention, please? Thank you. Adolf Hitler perpetrated the Holocaust on 11 million people that died, 6 million of which were Jews, 5 million were others. Am I to understand that you would very much support his way of doing things, and him for that matter?
Sir, this is not reverse racism nor discrimination that you could tie into your statement on Hitler. If the slave master is whipping the slave and blood is running down the slave's back, and that's incidentally where the term cracker comes from the cracker man who was had the crack of the whip on the slave's back. But if the slave takes the slave master's whip from him and starts whipping the slave master with his own whip, that is not reverse racism, that is not reverse discrimination, that is the slave getting out from under the yoke of bondage and oppression. I don't advocate what Hitler has done before the world. Hitler's struggle. I went to the Holocaust Memorial Museum and I tried to separate Hitler as a freak of nature from the rest of white people. But after all that we have gone through, I know that there's a little bit of Hitler in all white people and a lot of Hitler.
And we'll be back in just a moment.
Yeah, facts. I know there's a whole lot of Hitler and a whole lot more. So yeah, man, yo, facts, Namra X. But I want to thank all of y'all, man. Much love. And okay, yeah, I got you, Shanique, for it. I'm gonna check it out. Runaway Slave. All right, for sure. So yeah, I appreciate y'all. And as always, man, we have got to start standing for something or we gonna keep falling for anything.